Yeah.
I'm unmuting your microphones.
All right, everyone, you guys ready? Is that unmuted now? All right. Welcome, everyone, to the November 21st, 2022 Math and Science Academy School Board meeting. So tonight we'll start first with the workshop. We've invited Paula Forbes in for some, we would consider external training to help us with our diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we're super excited about that. Very, very important training, and I think here with we've had some training with the administration with the school, so now we get a chance to start our training here together with the board. So I want to give you as much time as possible, Paula, but thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah. So tonight, we're really, what I was asked is kind of a two-part. When I was working with Randy, I'm thinking through, a part of this is tonight is just kind of like, unfortunately, the really bland, boring governance review that you need to kind of go through every year and just really understand what I believe to be the duties of the board and the conflict of interest and what all that means. And just, you know, if you've heard it before, I apologize, but you need to hear it every year. You have to go over it every year. And so I thought we would do that. And then what I would like to know is really what your thoughts are around DE&I training and where you'd like to be for the next time I come. Because I don't want to just step into that and give you guys the, you know, the usual, this is DE&I. I want to know exactly what it is, the purpose, and step into the purpose of your community, and to make sure that we're hitting on and impacting in a way that you want to as a board. So there's that culture piece that I really want to be able to work with you on, and then there's also that, I call this the compliance side of it, that we need to do as board members. I haven't met everybody, so I would love to meet everyone. I think that one of the first things that's wonderful is that you have on your name tags exactly who you represent or how you represent your board. I have, just so you know a little bit of background about me, I've been an attorney in the Twin City area for over 30 years. I mean, Jeff and I go way back to when we were when we were first year law firm attorneys in the Twin Cities when we first started practicing back in 88 and 89. And I worked in private practice at that time, and then I went over to Minneapolis Public Schools as their general counsel, and I worked there for several years. Went into private practice. I worked for a while with Northwest Airlines, which is now Delta, St. Paul Companies, which is now Travelers, you know, United Healthcare. I've been through all these mergers and acquisitions and over the years with different companies, but always working in the area of employment, labor relations, those types of compliance, those types of areas with all of those companies. Along the way, me and my husband, we're no longer married, we started a charter school in St. Paul called High School for Recording Arts. And we started that in '96. It was a alternative site for students that had either been out of school for a while or had dropped out or were disenfranchised from St. Paul Public Schools, and they would come to the program and then they would find their way back into the school district. And the more we worked on it, the more they didn't want to go back into the school district. And so we created, when I was in Minneapolis Public Schools, that's when the charter school law was getting passed, and I was learning more about that. We created a charter school and we're sponsored by St. Paul Public Schools, and then we had different sponsorship, as you guys know, as the law changed around from sponsorships to authorizers and things like that. And so we were kind of in on the grounding of that whole process around the charter school development in Minnesota. And I've also sat on Blue Sky, termed out, but the Blue Sky Charter School, and did that for several years as a community-wide member. So I've known and worked with charter schools for a long time and been very passionate about the charter school, what it is, the whole purpose of it, and what the mission of charter school law is. And so I'm really happy that I'm here and that I can work with you and that you want math and science to be a great academy. So that's just a little bit of my background. And along the way, I have done a lot of employment and development training with both boards and with teams, and helping teams become effective teams, and just doing the leadership training within the districts. So that's just a little bit of my background, but I'd love to hear from all of you and get your voices in the room, and then we can kind of start down that dry path of governance training. Who would like to
I can
start?
start
Okay.
from this end. My name is Wendell Slutton. I am a teacher representative. This is my first year on the board. I'm my 4th year teaching here at MSA, 12th year overall. I won't tell you what year I was born because you did mention it. But I'm excited to hear from you today. The trainings that we've had so far from you have been so emotionally empowering and just been a lot of fun and mean a lot to us as teachers. So thank you.
Thank you. Say that.
My name is Hedel Patel, and I'm a parent member, somewhat new to the board. This is my 4th meeting. I can't wait to experience that. I am very passionate about DEI. I want to know how to do that for these children.
Yeah.
How do we open doors for opportunity for these kids, not adults, not professionals? So I'm really excited to hear you today.
Okay.
I'm Teresa Ward. I'm a teacher representative also, and this is my first year on the board. We loved your session and the one that followed when you were not well, but we love those, and we're super excited about that. Something that we have in common that I did mention it to you before, but you probably don't remember because you've met so many people, but I graduated from the University of New Brunswick.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we did have that conversation. Yeah, I did.
So,
Yeah, I think he graduated a long time before you were there. 1950 he graduated.
Probably, yeah. Not even born. But.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, when he graduated, it was funny because we were talking about how my son went to the University of New Brunswick to graduate school for a semester, and when he got up there, and to play basketball for the last semester, so when he got up there, he's like, "You didn't tell me it was a forest town."
Yeah.
I was like, "Your grandfather graduated in forestry engineering. What did you think it was going to be?" Right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's right.
I'm Jennifer Bartle, and I'm a parent. I've been on the board 2.5 years. I had a son graduate last year, and I have another son who's in 10th grade.
Wonderful.
I'm Cody Schneep. I'm a community member and the treasurer, and this is I'm into my 4th year on the board, and I also graduated as a student here in 2008.
Wow, great.
So yeah, Paul Dan Ellingson, parent member. I have 2 children attending this school. This is my 2nd term on the board, so it's about the same as Cody, 4th year. We have a fantastic school, and that's why we're here, right? I mean, because we believe in the school. And then this opportunity to kind of make us even better, right? How do we even push to that next level and make sure that it's great for everybody? You know,
Yeah.
I think that excites me. So I'm interested to see how we can do. And I like the idea of coming to the board as well as the teachers, right? So we can kind of push this down and through the school, right?
Yeah. Great.
Hi, Maggie Burgraff, teacher representative. This is my 2.5 year term on the board, but this is my 4th time being on the board, but I've been at MSA since it opened in '99.
Wow.
So not all consecutive terms on the
Okay.
board. And to piggyback on Wendell and Teresa, it's been just a joy having the PD days. So I'm looking forward to it.
Great, thank you.
So we know each other. I've been on the board as my 2nd stint. My kids went through MSA 6 through 12. So I was on the board the first time as a parent member. Then I stepped off because they graduated in 2020. And now this is what my started the 2nd year of the 2nd time I've been on. So.
Great.
Oh, and I did just already learn something from you. I forgot we worked at St. Paul companies together
Yes.
way back when.
Way back when.
Oh my gosh. Totally forgot about that.
And I'm Randy Vetch, and I'm the executive director. This is my 1st year here at MSA, but my 30th year in education, from teaching to administration. So.
And I'm the 4th member of the teacher committee member, David Johnston, go by DJ. It's been a joy having you to be part of our teacher training. And also first year on the board, 10th year teaching.
Wonderful. Yeah, so we've been working on lately in community, appreciate that, the introductions. We've been working in community around racial harm. What has really struck me in my own personal racial reckoning, and it's amazing how the evolution of that can take place at any time in your life, and it's something that evolves. And what I really want people to know is that you learn so much about who you are as a person through your own personal journey, right? And how it relates to the rest of the world and how you show up. But what we don't know is how all of those things inside of us and all of our lived experience comes out and impacts others. And on a day-to-day basis, particularly how it impacts, and we don't even realize how it impacts children and how it can impact children. The other day, I was in the nail shop, getting my nails done before I went out of town, and I'm listening to this woman that came in that had a conversation with one of the nail techs who happened to own the salon and is very successful and a very wealthy woman. But the treatment that she received by this customer, the conversation and the questions and the assumptions that were made were just flabbergasting to me, right? And there was a part of me that said, okay, Paula, you teach people, you work and tell people all the time how to be a good ally. Are you going to step in and be an ally? Is this your place? How do you do it? What are you going to say if you decide to stand up? Because I'm sitting there and I'm taking all of this in and I'm getting triggered, right, by this conversation that was taking place. But the nail tech did a great job. I've known her for over 20 years. And she did a great job handling it and dealing with it and having this conversation and staying curious with this person. But it made me think, how often does she deal with the types of questions that other people, if you heard it, they're demeaning, they're microaggressive, they're assumptions about a person's culture and background, and didn't know the impact of how this person was showing up based on her assumptions about the world and her lived experience. So that's why I always hope that when we get to our conversations that we look internally at ourselves first. I always say that. We have to start with ourselves, and we have to start with, why do I think the way I do? Why do I see the world the way that I see it? What is it that I was taught? What was I told? Who told me that? What did I see? What are the stereotypes? What did I read? We all know where books are published. We all know how publishers make their own, decide on history and what they're going to put in books. So we also know curriculum and instruction and when our kids learn. And as a board, what is most important, especially when you have the opportunity to have this type of a crazy creative board as a charter school, you have the opportunity to really create not only the world in which your kids will be able to go out and become citizens and be able to govern. You'll be able to model that, but they are watching you, and they are watching how you govern yourselves, how you treat each other, and how you impact systems and how you impact this charter school. That's what's really so powerful and what the opportunity is for you, and that's what's so important, is how you do that. And it allows them then to show up authentically and to share all of their gifts with the world based on how you decide to govern this school and this charter school. It is your purpose and how you step into your purpose. And I remember when we started the charter school law in the state, and I remember when we started high school for recording arts, we didn't have all of these laws that then became, that they enacted. A lot of it was the pushback to try and make sure that we were aligned with traditional school settings. There was a lot of funding issues. If you remember some of the history around some of the first schools that started up, the funding issues and a lot of the money and the mismanagement and not understanding the finance. And, you know, it was intentioned people not understanding how to operate a school and what the real dedication is, both from the compliance perspective as well as from a purpose statement on running a school and understanding what the intention of that was. Our intention for opening up high school for recording arts was based off of my lived experience seeing children when I was in Minneapolis Public Schools. The law around expulsion and discipline wasn't really carved out well. You could expel a child and you had no responsibility to educate them once they were expelled. So there was a lot of students that were just out there that weren't being educated, or they were going to the Hennepin County Juvenile Detention Center because there was a contract out with the city of Minneapolis, and the city of Minneapolis actually was under the auspices of also the Minneapolis Public Schools. And so Hennepin County School was run and operated, and it still is in a lot of ways, but even the union was in charge of it. So they saw that as a conduit, you know, kind of like a conduit to the school system. And if they had kids that weren't behaving well, they would just put them in the Hennepin County, you know, or if they got in trouble as juveniles, they just went to Hennepin County, and they said, well, they didn't understand that what we were building in the late 80s and 90s was the prison pipeline. And that's exactly what happened, because if you look at, you literally have, you know, almost 7,000 just in Hennepin County alone, students that are either incarcerated or they're not being educated. That in itself is bigger than a couple of school districts. And so when you think about that, and you think about the black and brown children that make up the majority of that percentage that are not being educated, you think about them as citizens. What are we doing constitutionally to these children and their constitutional right to an education? That's what this is really about, right? And so that's impactful. And so what you do and the decisions you make, but literally about the relationship that you have between yourselves and your relationship with the school district here, all of that might not be seen on a day-to-day basis by the children, but it will be impacted. It will impact that classroom. And it'll impact the way in which they show up, and when they graduate, the way in which they see the world. And so we have to really think intentionally about all of the things that we do that are not seen, but that show up later in the way in which what your intentions are. I still know some of the things that happened to me when I was younger, and I was a very successful student, but I've still experienced a lot of trauma as a child. And I still remember it as if it was yesterday. So it's not the children that are the loud voices. It's the ones that you don't hear that you have to be particularly careful to take care of, because they're not speaking out. And that's where allyship comes in. And that's where I always call people allies and accomplices, right? Stand up for me when I'm not there, stand beside me when I am. That's what that's about. And so if we do anything around DE&I training, it's not about what the terminology is. It's about what truly is the belonging, the responsibility, the behavior, the relationship, the culture, the climate. That's what permeates throughout the school. That's what you really want to know and want to be able to build together as a board, because that's what goes into the school. So when you say that, Patel, about wanting to do more than just understanding what D&I is, that's the culture. That's the culture, yeah. So the racial harm work that we've started is really about children that are racially harmed, bias, A lot of the subtle microaggressions and things that happen on a day-to-day basis that we as adults don't know how to address, how to handle. And I say, we have everything we need to be able to do this work. But a lot of times we just don't know how to do the work. And so the racial harm practices and the conferences that we've been holding is to be able to get together collectively and collaboratively to do that work with each other, to have those conversations, to write out the scripts if you need to write out a script when a child comes up to you and tells you what happened to them, how to go through that process. It's not just about discipline. It's about the children that have committed the harm. They are still our children. They are still children that we want to make sure they become citizens and are able to govern. When they go out in the world, we want them to be whole too, as well as those that have been racially harmed. Because our responsibility is to both. So how do you handle both within the same space, and how do you create that space of healing, and how do you create that space of understanding and the knowledge that those children need? So that's the work that we've been working on, and that's the work that I invite us to do as a board, as well as then inviting in, the whole staff, because I think this is what you need to do together, right? You can't separate the two. You literally are the window to how your, all of the teachers, all of the staff, the culture of the school is going to behave. It's all dependent upon its relationship with you. And I know that we have separate roles and responsibilities. I truly understand that. But I'm also a believer that if you are not connected, that crack will drive a wedge and people will see it and they will look at you as not a unit that works together to be able to deliver the services that you need with the school. So it's that relationship that you have that is critical to be able to build a school. But that's where I want to go. This is the boring stuff that you have to do. But it's necessary, I think, the compliance. And so I thought, let's just spend a half an hour on this, and then I would love to hear from you before I leave, before 6 o'clock, on what exactly you want me to touch on the next time that we meet. Because I would love to design what you want to work on, where you want to be. How do we want to be in the world with regards to DE&I? What do we want to know? It's one thing to say, we got to learn all the terms. It's another thing to say, this is how we want to be able to build our culture, and this is what we want the impact of our work to have on our kids in this space. So I want to give you time to think about that as well. I don't have a clicker for the PowerPoint. If there's a way I can manage that.
Amanda will just use.
You're going to the left and the back.
Far left.
All the little,
The third one from the left.
This shows up.
Yeah, it'll show for parents. Yes.
There we go. Sorry.
So is there a way that I can control that, or?
Unfortunately not.
Okay, all right. So I'll just say next or something? Okay. All right. All right, well then I'm going to apologize in advance for directing you through this. Okay. So really what I wanted to talk about was board duties. Does everybody have and know their authorizer statement of assurance? Do you have a statement of insurance? If you don't, we should. If you have one, we'll pull it up and just, take a look at it. But that statement of insurance is the biggest deal, in my opinion, of the charter school law, because it's really your iteration of what your promises are. So to me, everybody really needs to review that every year and sign off on the statement of insurance. And you keep that in your books, that everybody has signed off on the statement of insurance. That comes from your authorizer. And so if you don't have it, not a big deal. I mean, it's not something we have to have tonight, but that's something that, you want to have. The relevant statutes all stem from Minnesota Statute 124E, which is the charter school law. I remember when the charter school law came out, they didn't have a lot of provisions, and my husband ran and operated the school, and I started on the board because I had written a lot of the contracts up, started the board. It was a clear conflict of interest within the first 2 years of the charter school legislation coming out. They corrected that immediately. And so I had to, get off the board, obviously. And the way in which I still do services with that school has to be very separate by the way in which I contract. There's 2 divisions of that on purpose. There's High School for Recording Arts, and then there's Studio 4, which is the consultant which operates the music side of the school. The way we wrote it was very clear, and we did that with Designs for Learning really intentionally so that we didn't have a conflict with how that went down. And then along the way, certain things like even holding space in the school, High School for Recording Arts was giving all this space to Studio 4, an office space, and when they bought their building, they realized we can't just be in here and have all of these offices as a consultant with all this square footage and they're not charging us and we're not getting that money back. All those subtleties that you have over time that you realize, we can't do that. I mean, that's financial mismanagement of the school to be able just to give you this space. So we had to move corporate offices out, we had to lease space back, we had to do certain things to be able to create that separation between the roles of the school. So there are things along the way that have evolved in the charter school law that we'll go over tonight, just to remind us about what we can and cannot do. And then 24E07 is the board of directors. There's a conflict of interest, and those were the 2 things that I really wanted to cover tonight. Gifts that are prohibitive, the lobbyists, since we're coming up with legislative session pretty soon. And then the Minnesota Human Rights Act 363, just to remind you that most of the laws in the charter school legislation, right now currently there is a case, I think I've mentioned this before, Alejandro Cruz Guzman, which is the case that is right now getting ready for trial in the state of Minnesota. Students that attend in Minneapolis and St. Paul school districts are being represented, and their argument is that they're not getting a uniform education pursuant to the Constitution in Minnesota because the schools are segregated. And if schools are segregated pursuant to Brown, the Board of Education 1954, they need to be desegregated. They're saying that it doesn't matter if they're segregated and how they're segregated. If they are, Brown tells us that you have to desegregate. A recent decision just came down from the Supreme Court that basically said, or the trial court that basically said, well, there has to be intentionality with segregation. So now the argument is, well, what's intentionality? And it's going to be very similar to cases that we've heard back in 1971. If you look at some of the prior cases in 1971, it's almost mirrors the cases that are going on now. The reason why I tell you that is because for a while, charter schools were represented in that lawsuit, and charter schools were basically saying, we shouldn't be a part of this. They brought an action saying, we want declaratory judgment. We want the court to determine that we shouldn't be a part of this lawsuit because it's specifically carved out charter school law compared to all of the other laws that traditional schools have to follow. And it wasn't the intention of the legislature that we had to comply with all of these laws around integration and around making sure that we have recruiting diverse students and all of the things that we need to come into compliance with under the Human Rights Act. And the court said no. The court said that's not true. you do need to be a part of all of the laws. You can't just say because you're a charter school that you don't need to be in compliance with the rest of the laws, that there is an implied understanding that you need to follow the Human Rights Act, that you need to follow Title VII, which is a Civil Rights Act, which gives protection to a number of students and adults, and that you need to be in compliance with ADA and 504 and the special education with all children. And so it basically said charter schools are not exempt from that. And specifically told us that we got to do better at giving guidance around that. So we're going to hear more about that and what that looks like for charter schools moving forward. Because to me, your destination schools, right? And it's different than, and I say call them traditional schools, and how enrollment occurs in a traditional school compared to a charter school. So that is something that is yet to be kind of worked out through this lawsuit. We can go ahead to the next slide. So the board duties, as we know that we're just going to basically go over, is that you have the not only responsibility to supervise and direct the officers, but also to govern the organization. So when we say supervise and direct, you have given basically the authority to supervise to Randy and to direct in his role in the organization as the executive director, but you have also the duty to make sure that you're supervising Randy in a way that you know and are in communication and you know that he is doing the day-to-day work that he's doing. So how he reports back, how he works with the board chair, how he works with you on a day-to-day basis is very important to the way the organization then becomes governed. So the way that you decide that you want to govern this school goes through Randy as the mission and vision of how the school is and the way it is. And he carries out those duties as assigned. And so you give him some autonomy, the day-to-day operational autonomy, but it's only based off of your strategic plan and your vision and mission. Right? Does that make sense? And so what's important is that that is happening, right? You can't abdicate that. You can't say, well, that's Randy, we hired him, go off and run the school. It has to be a very close-knit relationship to make sure that Randy is implementing and executing according to the way that you envision the school to be. And that creates the relationship that you have. Now, day to day, of course, right? Of course, you have that separation on the day to day. But the philosophy and the culture and the climate and what you do, besides the next one, besides your fiduciary duties, your loyalty and your obedience, you really create the foundational structure that comes through the board. Does that resonate? Okay. And then your responsibility is the highest standard of integrity, and those are the duties. So we can go to the next one. That really is Minnesota Statute 124E. That is the charter school law. And it says that every board member attends training, board governance training. You guys can go to MSBA and get this training. You've chosen to have me come in and do some review of this training. And then we're going to move on to DE&I training, which isn't something that is mandated by the state yet through the MSBA. So I think it's just wonderful that you've chosen that to be important to have. But then to just really understand the roles and responsibilities and to have a conversation as to what does that mean, board roles and responsibilities, right? Let's drill down on that a little bit and have that conversation next time. Employment policies and practices, and I can always go over those with you. I think the biggest one would be data privacy at some point. You really don't want to look to me to talk about management, financial management. I can talk to you as far as what your obligations are, but that's one of my life challenges.
I'm an accountant, so.
There you go.
I got
This
that.
will defer on the financial management side. I'm going to stay in my lane on that. That's not my bailiwick. And then really just the training and when you get the training and signing off on the training, but making sure that you have the training. And then, did you have recent board elections? Have you had, is that how everybody got seated?
in June.
Okay, okay. So that's where that training comes in within the 6 months or 12-month period of people being seated, plus everybody else needs the review. And then ongoing,
I have a
yeah,
quick question. So 2 of us were re-elected?
yeah.
Does our first training still apply, or do we have to get,
You still go through annual training, so this would be considered your annual training.
but we don't have to start the new board member training again, as far as you know?
No,
I didn't think so.
no,
Just
it's
wanted
not
to
the
make sure.
new, it's not the, you mean through the MSBA?
Yeah,
No.
okay.
But, it's something that, I mean, if you want to do it, but they have, I think they have a review, of course, for members that have already been seated before that. Yeah. Especially the financial side of it, and I know they have the fiduciary and the financial constant reviews on that, so.
Who keeps track of trainings? Like, is that Dan's job as the chair, or is it Randy?
It's both.
It's both?
Mm-hmm. It's both. Randy kind of makes sure that it's documented and has everything documented for your authorizer.
Is that supposed to be in our World's Best Workforce report? Is that true?
It's, it's in our annual.
Yeah, but this is all how you wrote out your authorizer contract. So I would review that in conjunction with this. It should be in alignment. But that's something that Randy should be helping Dan. This is why the relationship is so integral, that you guys are having weekly whatever meetings, because, and that you're working directly with your authorizer to make sure. So I would go back to the authorizer contract on that.
And I think we were just talking, we capture it in the annual report that we
Yep.
have, where the new board members, what training they had and by when.
Yeah, and then you
we were-
sign off on it, right? Do you guys sign off on
The
it?
board will sign off on the annual report once it's presented, but the administration has historically helped us getting people registered and
You're
then
right.
also paying for it. It's nice to just run
Right.
through the school.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And keeping, I mean, just really keeping the documentation on it. So. Okay, so we can go to the next, thank you. There are 3 main duties that I want to go through. This, the duty of care, the duty of loyalty, and we'll go through that. And then that you have the duty of obedience. And that's with any Minnesota nonprofit corporation. So that goes outside the charter school law, and it comes in with a nonprofit corporation. The board of directors has those 3 duties as board members. Active participation, participation on committees, board actions, and being involved in voting, maintaining minutes of the meetings, having clear books and records of all your activities, accurate keeping records and investigations, and then your statement of insurance. That's why it's, for charter schools, that's why it's really important to have that. That's your duty of care and fulfilling your duty of care in good faith. The next slide is your duty of loyalty. And this is why I really kind of wanted these sent to you guys, this PowerPoint electronically, because this is such lawyer speak right here. And it's just looking at it is kind of like, what? You know, I mean, it's just a lot of words on a PowerPoint. It's really not good practice. But it's something that we have to do. And so it's the conflict of interest, to comply with the conflict of interest provision of the law, that you have a written policy around your conflict of interest, that the money and loans, and how you handle your money, and giving loans out to people with regards to the board and with regards to, and we kind of, I mean, I'll be perfectly transparent. This is something that we run into a lot, where it's you think maybe as an executive director, or that you're giving a loan to another teacher or a staff member or somebody, you're giving them their paycheck a week early or something like that. You know, they're having a difficult time. But it's the perception of that right? Because of your role. You're not going in and giving money directly from the school, but the perception of loaning people money and giving them money and things like that, even if it's out of your own pocket, can create a really bad perception based on your role. But giving people advances and reimbursements and things like that, that goes under that category. And then the charitable trusts and the transactions that otherwise might cause a conflict of interest are also, they can be permissible if it's clearly defined and allowed with the original settler of the trust. And so that's a whole area with regards to your duty of loyalty. The next slide is on corporate opportunity. And there's the fiduciary not to divert any corporate funds for personal gain. And so this is the one where they really kind of tried to create a bright blue line in the legislature. For instance, I was on the board. I'm also a consultant to charter schools. My husband was running a charter school. That got really murky, right? And even though we had the best intentions, there was a bad perception. And so I needed to step off the board. I don't contract with a certain division of high school for recording arts. I only contract with one division to do that work. It's very clear how it's documented and reported so that it doesn't create a conflict of interest. So this is very, very important if you're contracting with members of family or friends and they're providing a service to the school, how that perception can look. And even with an employee that might have a great business, there was a charter school that got in trouble because one of the employees of the school had a cleaning service and they contracted with the cleaning service to clean the school. And it worked out really great, but it was a commingling of the money because they were contracting with family, right? And so.
Could I ask, let's just say I don't have, but if I have somebody in my family who has the best service for the school, am I still able to, withdraw myself and say clearly I cannot, but.
Yes.
I know the
clearly
optics
you
is
cannot-
not good, but.
The optics is not good. I don't really advise it,
Yeah.
but there's ways that you can work with it by being first very transparent. When you're picking contracts, you're doing it on a bid, right? The board is looking at it and you're abstaining from voting.
Right.
And so those are the types of things that you can do if you have someone that wants to bid on the contract. But you putting it out there as an RFP first,
Sure.
and you're doing it in a way that you're not participating in the selection criteria nor in the contracting criteria, and it's very transparent to the board. But it's something that I just really wouldn't even advise to do.
Sure.
Because the financial gain can be commingled. The farther you are away though from the family member, like a cousin or someone else, or it's different than it's like, someone that lives in the same household with you. That makes it a little bit harder.
Quick question, Paula. And it's kind of going down this road, but slightly different. When you raise the issue about abstention in that situation, in the past, and when I say past, it goes back a couple of years, there have been a handful of situations where we're kind of questioning ourselves, how do we rightfully use an abstention on a board vote? So we're looking at an obvious conflict of interest. The scenario Dan brought up is obvious. But we all have kind of embedded in our roles, certainly the teachers, embedded conflict. And we don't want to put them in a difficult position and uncomfortable on things that they vote on. But I vaguely remember in a part of training that there's certain things that we should vote. It feels uncomfortable, but we should vote.
Yeah.
Where do we draw that line?
Yeah, it's something that you constantly have to talk through, the conflict. Because there is, the charter school law was originally written to have voice and participation of members of the school on the board. So if you conflict them out of everything, they're losing voice, right? So you want voice. What you have to look at is the apparent conflict, right? So if you're discussing curriculum, you're not going to abstain from that. That's why you're here, because you have that knowledge. That's why the creativity of having teacher on the board is here. Your knowledge is needed for that conversation. And that's what the reason why you're here for here. So to vote on that is not a conflict. But there might be situations when you're dealing with discipline, or you're dealing with a situation of.
Well, here's one,
Okay.
review of the director,
Okay. Yeah.
right? I mean, every person always finds it difficult to give feedback to someone that may actually be, one of your employees. To give feedback to your boss is difficult. How do you handle that? How do you feel
It's the
comfortable?
process that you use. Your process has to be very well prepared, and it has to be very objective in the way you do your process. It can't just be, you guys, let's get together, it's time to review Randy. What do you guys think about him? Right? You have to have an organized process. Why are you guys laughing? Is that what you've been doing?
No.
I love the.
It's just on the
Yes.
agenda, upcoming agenda to this.
Yeah, so like
That's why we're kind of
so
chuckling this.
the Blue Sky process was really, they used the community members and the board chair, we met individually and set the standards for the review, brought it back to the full board. The full board gave their evaluation back to the smaller committee, and then we made a recommendation to the full committee. And that's how we did it. So we got voice, but we created the criteria, brought that back to make sure that that was the criteria that everybody agreed on, and then evaluated it based on that criteria, and then had the executive director in conversation with us as well, with the smaller committee, on what they believe that how they did with regards to their performance. And then that went back to the larger committee. So everybody does it a little bit differently depending upon, your relationship and how you want to work on it. But it needs to be something that you do in advance, and you're very transparent about it with everybody, and the criteria you're very transparent about. And of course, remember, employee information, employee data is private. So this isn't something that you do in open session. This is something that you do in closed session.
But the process we develop open session.
The process can be very transparent. Yeah, and eventually will become public with regards to pay and expectations, But the conversation with regards to performance is private. Unless Randy chooses to have an open meeting. It's his choice. So that's something that we can talk about further. We can go down and design it. I'll be the first to say that I don't really like the high school for recording arts process, but I love Blue Sky's process. I love their process. But everybody does it differently. That you just have to be pretty upfront about it. And it needs for Randy, it needs Randy's voice about how, because if you very clearly in your contract have expectations. And so how you do performance reviews is how you probably want performance reviews done with you, which is, how aligned are you with the expectations and what you've been able to do and what you haven't been able to do. Yeah. But I'm not going to shy away from the fact that it is tough to review someone that you also report to. It is. The key is whether or not you're doing it with good intentions, and having that clearly defined process helps you stay away from crossing over. Yeah. Does that make sense? The next slide is the duty of obedience. And it's basically that you follow all state and federal statutes. Literally, charter schools are now required to follow all state and federal statutes that traditional schools must follow and how they conduct business. Data privacy, the Pupil Fair Dismissal Act, all of your human rights acts, your special education federal law, your ADA, your 504, all of those. And now we're getting clarity around integration and, achievement. All of those are requirements that every school under the state of Minnesota is required to follow. And then it says it quite clearly within the statute. All of your filing requirements that MDE requires, they get their direction from the legislature, as you know, and then they set out the policy and the guidelines, and you file it through them, and they report back to who they need to report back to, as well as the governing documents that you work with your authorizer, and how you govern this district is set out or should be set out in the contract with your authorizer. And then any outside help that you might need with regards to making sure that you're maintaining, like, for instance, an example of that would be your annual audit, or I keep saying Blue Sky, but at Blue Sky we had an outside accounting firm. So they came into every board meeting and went through the report. Designs for Learning does a lot of they have an accounting firm that works with high school for recording arts. So they're there at every meeting, making sure that they have an accounting. So I don't know if you guys have outside help doing that. Yeah.
We do.
Yeah. So then we get to your conflict of interest. And basically, conflict of interest is exactly the way I love putting the definition here, because it is what it is. It's a situation in which the concerns or aims of two different parties are incompatible. Conflict of interest between elected officials and corporate lobbyists, a situation in which a person is in a position to derive personal benefit from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. So that's the last sentence of that long is really what it is. So that if you're getting a benefit out of the decisions that you're making, then you got to determine whether or not that's a conflict of interest for you.
Can I provide another example where, for instance, teachers are voting on pay increases? Should we as teachers abstain from that vote, or do we have the right to vote for that?
Well, I think truthfully that you have a right to vote on that as a board, because you're doing it in your capacity as a board member. It's a little bit different in my opinion with regards to deriving personal benefit. You're not doing it based on, if you did it and said, you came in and said, we need $3 raises, let's all vote, right? But that's not how you're doing it. And that goes back to the transparency and the process and things like that. But if it's brought forward and it's an annual review of the steps of where your teachers are going, and you agree or disagree with that, I think you have the opportunity to have your voice heard on that.
Although, would you say it's also, because the one way I think about it, like, as a parent, right, my children are also in the school, but I have to kind of remove myself from that particular situation and say, what's the best for the school? That's why we're here. And I think it's the same in your example, which is like, is it better for the school to pay our teachers more? You happen to be a teacher, but that's regardless, right? So it's more of like, what's the right thing for the school? We retain the teachers, we're building the talent, all that stuff. But you have to almost disconnect it, because, I've had some decisions where it's like, well, my children are in the grade we're talking about, so how do we handle that, right?
Yeah, and we've had conversations too about like incentive pay. What should incentive pay look like? When teachers are doing work that's outside of their job, should they be incentivized to do that, to participate in creating extracurricular activities for students or being on committees and things like that, right? And so do you participate in those conversations, and do you vote on those? I think that, this is what makes the conflict of interest definition difficult, but you're also, the charter school law particularly allows you to be a member of a board to govern. And so that's the way that I define it. It doesn't, the law particularly says let me see, I got it here. That the makeup of the board, okay, so here, let me throw this out to you, and you can, I mean, let's talk it through. The makeup of the board can have as many, let's see, now I'm not gonna be able to find it, and I know that we're at 5 to 6. But the makeup of the board can have as many individuals eligible, okay, to be teachers on the board, as long as it has at least, you know, a licensed teacher, it has to have a community member, it has to have a parent representative. But then after that, it doesn't really say, it would be maybe in your authorizer agreement or in your contract agreement, how many teachers you can have. Well, what if your teachers are the majority of your board? You would never have a quorum to vote on anything. So, I mean, you know, kind of think about it in the reverse about that, you know?
Yeah, it's that at least language, 124E.07 subdivision 3.
What does it say, Atal?
Well, the ongoing charter school board of directors shall have at least 5 non-related members
Yep,
and include at least one licensed teacher who is employed as a teacher at the school or provides instruction under contract between the charter school and a cooperative. 2, at least one parent or legal guardian of a student enrolled who is not employed. Third category of mandated representation is at least one interested community member who resides in Minnesota.
and does not have children involved at the school.
Yeah, not employed in. So
Right,
there's-
but then there's that caveat, so read
Yep.
read beyond that.
Yep. The board structure may include a majority of teachers
There you
under
go.
this paragraph, or parents, or community members, or it may have no clear majority. CFO, chief admin may only serve as ex officio, not voting board members. No charter school employees shall serve on the board other than teachers under the.
So there's your
first
quandary.
category.
What if you guys had a majority of teachers, right? And they had to abstain?
Yep.
I wonder for tonight if we could ask around for the next session, some of the thoughts with the board members like you mentioned before.
Yeah, because we can also finish this. I just really, let's see, where are we? Can we go to the next one and I'll know where we are? We can talk a little bit about the conflicts and we can continue that, but we only have 5 minutes. Didn't I say it was only going to take a half an hour? But I tend to talk a lot. I go rogue.
I asked a question, that threw it off.
That's okay. It's necessary, and I want you to be able to ask questions, and we can definitely bring this back and talk about it. I would, you know, what I can do is look up a couple cases where that has occurred to see how it gets resolved. We can use it as a hypothetical. I think it's important that you get clarity around that, so that when those issues come up, you're not humming and humming, you're like, oh, what do we do, what do we do? Let's get some clarity and make a decision as a board about how you want to handle it if it does come up in the future. Those tough conversations, you don't want to shrink back because you don't know what the rule is when you want to be able to work through some of those tough conversations that you're having. But I would like to just take this last few minutes to
Yeah.
hear about what
And
people.
I should probably listen to, but one of the things I think we are starting to do, and we did it last month, was, you know, trying to use that lens of DEI, if you want to call it that, as we develop policies. And
Yeah.
Heather brought up a good example, and I think, and since I've been on the board, I'll be honest, I don't know that we really did it that way. We did the policies based on what the statute was at the, we need to accommodate these new changes, and we did it. But now we're trying to say, how can we make sure that this is more inclusive, and how can we make sure our school is doing right? So I think that would be interesting from my perspective is, like, I don't know that we'll be a leader, but how do we at least move towards that step where we're
Yeah,
maybe a
that's
step
really
ahead?
a great question, and I think that that's almost like a great place to start when you're looking. Well, first, let's get grounded and make sure we really truly understand what we mean by DE&I and what you really truly mean with regard around your purpose with regards to equity. What does that look like, and what do you stand for around those equity issues? And so let's look at that, because then once you know that's your goal and what your purpose is, you can review your policies and see if that's embedded within your policies, or if you need to deconstruct it to make sure that it encompasses what your equity goal is, right? I don't know, do you have a strategic plan?
We do.
Okay, So you also, I always want to say, your strategic plan needs to make sure that it's an equitable strategic plan. It's not a sidecar. So equity should not be a sidecar, like we've got the strategic plan, now we're going to be over here doing equity. If your strategic plan is for every child in this school, all of your equity issues need to be embedded within that strategic plan. You should be able to see it. And it needs to be measurable, because it really tells you then whether or not you're actually walking the talk. So everything needs to be measurable. How are you going to measure that? So that's something that you probably need to review, in addition to just, then you say, okay, where do we think we need the most work on our policies and our practices? Is it how students get selected for certain AP classes or courses? Is it with regards to the curriculum that we're choosing and what we're teaching? Is it with regards to special education and how children are being selected for special education and the services that they're receiving in special education? Or are we looking for discipline? Do we have disproportionality in our discipline, and why? You need to, so you look at these policies and it's really kind of like an audit, an equity audit, and say, does this have a disparate impact on children of color in the school? And if it does, then you drill down and say, what is it that's causing that to happen? Is it subjective that's causing it? Or is it something that we're objectively doing that we may or may not be aware of? And then you can deconstruct, or you can create the equity within that. That's something that you currently look at. Now let's look at your aspirational goals based on some of your statistical analysis and say, we have some disproportionality going on in the sense that some of our kids aren't achieving at the same level that other students are. Why is that occurring, right? And you need to study that. And if that's based on race or based on ability or based on something else, you need to figure what that is, and then you need to be able to figure out how you create the equity around that.
So if I hear you correctly, I mean, a lot of companies state strategy, and then one of their strategic statements is equity, some sort of equity statement. And I've always wondered if that's a great approach, because a lot of the DEI things we're talking about is embedded in culture. Mm-hmm. And they're calling it out, putting one statement, yet what you're saying is it's got to be overall embedded in all policies.
Yeah.
So even though it's a good thing that they call it out,
right,
it's not necessarily a great approach to make it a separate item to just look at. It's
right,
part of the entire organization.
Well, it's like this. If I see a mission statement at a store, or a place that I shop, or a place that I want to work, or some place that I want to solicit, and I see that equity statement, they're telling me that I'm invited. They're telling me that they respect me as a black woman. They're telling me that I am important to their mission in their organization, depending upon their products, whatever it may be, right? I love to see that symbol. But the key is that just the symbol, or is it truly how I feel when I go through those doors? Right? Is it truly how that plays out? And so it's not just make this statement, put it up, everybody can slap it up on a window. It's really, when I walk through the doors, is that the impact that I'm getting? Am I truly invited in this space? Do I see myself in every corner of this space? That's where the work is. That's where the execution of that statement comes in. So we make these statements all the time, but then we got to say, well, if we have this, but we have this policy over here that we know a family that English is not their first language is not going to be able to receive or be able to participate or feel included, then we know it's going to have a disparate impact. And so what are we going to do about that? Right? And some issues are apparent based on race, but you've got other issues that you've got to think about that are not apparent because of race, of the ability, educational ability, LGBTQI issues, right? You've got to be able to think through that. And what are your policies and practices around that? And how is that impacting children?
So as a final observation, maybe a suggestion would be, it would be nice when returned to give us 1, 2, or 3 of some observations you've seen in other organizations that are kind of those hidden landmines that we might be able to learn from.
Yeah.
And some of them will be the hidden, and some of them help us with some of the obvious that may not be so obvious to us.
Right.
And give us an example, solid example, so that I could say, wow, that doesn't apply to us, but I just learned because you gave me an example, a true example of how that works in the DEI world.
Yeah, well, let's go through some hypotheticals and walk through them.
I can't, so when I read our attendance policy and our discipline policy, I don't know how to, my struggle is that they're children.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't just impose a reasonable standard on them. So when I look at these two policies and I see punitiveness
Mm-hmm.
in the policies,
Mhm.
I just have to stop right there
Mm-hmm.
because I'm at a roadblock
Mm-hmm.
in terms of equity.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Your intuition is correct.
so our 500 policies, I don't know how to resolve. Our 600 policies, I don't know how to, it's like, how do I get the equity in there? How do I ensure that we're following federal mandates of equal access to education
Mm-hmm.
when the policies read that way? Should we just have discretionary policies and rely on our admin? I've noticed a lot of charter schools actually do not have the extensive policy adoptions that we do. Are they on the right track where they leave discretion up to the Fair Pupil Dismissal Act, truancy law, and they don't try to adopt their own, so to speak?
But they have maybe adopted because they're embedded in the culture of the organization. They're just not written down. So maybe they have a strong culture that guides them to make those decisions, right?
Well, they're
Handbook.
administrative decisions, yeah,
Right.
handbook decisions.
Handbooks,
Person
yeah,
policy.
many different ways.
Yeah. What's your opinion? What have you?
Oh, I love this conversation.
You started a charter school. How did
Mm-hmm.
you reconcile these subsections of
There's
policy?
really, if they are equitably implemented, there's no reconciliation. But the key is that we made mistakes when we said zero tolerance. And we have to look at every child in the situation. You got to think about what due process is. Due process is everybody has the right to be heard, but then substantively, is it fair based on the set and circumstances, right? There's subjectivity in that, isn't there? And so you really, when you look at some of those discipline policies, you have to say, how are we, as adults, how are we executing these discipline policies on children in comparison to other children?
No,
and
you
our
need an
worldview.
adult. You need an adult to ensure that child has access to due process.
Do I need an adult?
Well, that's what we would need. We
Oh,
would need a
yeah, you
trusted
absolutely, yeah, I
adult.
thought you were asking me if I
Yeah.
needed them.
Meaning
Yeah.
that, again, it's a child, so we would need that,
That's why I always say it starts with the adult,
yeah.
okay? It doesn't start with the child.
I think for the next session, it would be useful to maybe either we take a specific one of our policies. I mean, you can't help us with every policy, but I think you can help teach us, right, what's the right way to look at these policies and what are the questions that, so maybe we could pick one and Harold can help us with that or what have you.
Yeah,
so
I
that-
can kind of walk you through maybe
I
a
think that would be
process for how
fantastic.
you look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah.
What's
Now-
our responsibility, not just accepting, I believe it's not just accepting what the state is putting through, but it's kind of looking at it with that lens of the, and I keep saying lens, with the DEI, right? How do we make sure that we include everyone here, right? So, and I think maybe yourself, myself, Randy, we can kind of align on that and kick it out to the board before the next meeting, just to say this is what we're planning to cover. Would that work for everyone?
Yeah, it's tough, it's not easy. You're not gonna get it right every time, it's the intention. though, setting the intention.
Well, thank you
Getting it
so
right.
much for coming, Paula. I'm going to
Yeah.
need to cut it off here.
Yeah.
I'd love to talk more, but just because I know we have more things to cover here tonight. But thanks for coming. Look forward to having you next time.
Okay. And we'll finish that too.
So Amanda, can you put us on mute? Are we good?
It's amazing, just something as small as this.
It's just a little bit.
All right, everyone, we'll call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. We have the board portion of our evening tonight, November 21st, 2022. Daniel Ellingson, MSA School Board Chair. So I'll call the meeting to order at 6:16. And Noah, can you help read the vision and mission for us, please?
The vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence for all students that creates well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens. The mission is we provide accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science.
Thank you very much. We'll do a roll call of members. So Daniel Ellingson here. Cody Schneep is here. We'll hopefully be back. DJ Johnson.
Here.
Maggie Burgraff.
Here.
Jeff Eng.
Here.
Adel Patel.
Here.
Jennifer Bartle.
Here.
Wendell Sletton. Here. Teresa Ward.
Here.
We'll go back. Cody Schneep.
Here.
And Joseph is unable to make it tonight, but Noah is here. Great. So next up, item 4, approval of the agenda, conflict of interest. So maybe first, anyone have any conflict of interest you'd like to share for tonight? And if not, then I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda for tonight. Anyone second? Teresa has seconded it. Any discussion? Anything needs to change? I saw something on the policies. Were we going to pull a policy out?
Yes, if we can please pull weapons policy from consent agenda. There needs to be a change made under exceptions. And then another review.
So that's 501. We're requesting to pull it out of the first read.
Yes,
And
please.
we'll put it in next month, are you saying that? Yeah.
It's the subsection B, 5 through 9. The part that talks about a shooting range. It's not applicable to us.
Not
so we'll
applicable,
just-
okay. Any other changes?
You know, on the consent agenda for the reading of the policies, I actually have a couple questions, and they're really short questions, but I suppose that means we take it out of the consent agenda? If we wanted to.
Is it first or second
So,
reading? or-
418 and 710 in the first reading, and then 102 and 413 in the second reading. And I promise you, short questions, but it also means, you know, consent would be we don't ask any questions.
Right.
So if we want to put that in decision, I don't know, maybe just even create a G?
By discussion, right?
For discussion.
Yeah, discussion,
And then decision.
then we would decide.
Yeah.
So we'd add two things, right?
Yeah, so 14's E would be discussion of 418, 710, 102, and 413. And then decision on those, and as 15G.
418, 710, what's the other one?
418, 710, which is type of first reading, and then 102 and 413 is under second.
You have 4 quick questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also have another question.
Go ahead.
Are we able to add 415 for a second review this month, or is it too late? That was the maltreatment of vulnerable adults. We gave it a first review last month.
417?
417, did I say?
We already went, we voted on.
415.
That one we approved last month.
Doesn't it need two
It was a first and it was voted through. You wanted to vote on it last month.
That was
too.
one of the emergency.
That was 510.
Yeah,
510 was
No,
the
it was two of
emergency
them.
approval.
and 415.
415, we did not emergently approve. We talked about why, somebody asked the great question, why aren't we emergently approving 415? And it was because there wasn't an immediate need. We didn't have a stakeholder to which 415 would apply. Dr. Hinton clarified that we might, but it might not be for some. We need to be prepared, but it might not be for some time. That's my recollection.
I mean,
I can look it up and we can do it.
the
Next
only
month.
reason I would, and we can talk about it, be hesitant is I read the policies that were in the agenda. I didn't reread. So if there's something that I needed to reread, I'm not prepared for it.
Yeah, okay, I agree. We'll just do it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not in the packet. Yeah.
That doesn't need a second reading.
Okay.
It's okay if it misses a month, right?
Go on.
For a second read?
Yeah,
We'll catch
just so
it- we'll
everybody
catch it
has a
next
chance to
month,
look
okay.
at it.
So, any other changes? So, we pulled out the current motion, then I'll approve the agenda where we remove 501. We'll take that one after revised. We're adding, we're pulling out 418, 710, 102, 413, and adding a discussion for some questions and then decision. Teresa, are you okay with that change? Yep, okay. Any further discussion? And all those in favor of approving as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, great. So, next up we have our monthly, MSA monthly celebration, so.
Well, we want to recognize some students that have done some amazing things this first, one student was not able to make it, so this was Greta Hansen, who actually placed 22nd in the cross-country girls state meet, and then also received a letter of intent from Division I Michigan Tech to run cross-country and to ski Nordic. So I believe Mr. Heyman said it's the first student to get a D1 scholarship. So
We actually has graduated from MSA, so it's pretty significant and very special, and we had a ceremony for her. And yeah, it was really cool.
yep, I saw the pictures on Facebook. So congrats to Greta. And then we also have 3 students that received the National Merit Semifinals Award. So we have those 3 students here that we'd like to recognize as well. We have Clark DeCare, Brady Crisco, and Karen Nakamura. Would you please come forward, please?
Can you come around? We can shake your hand. You're okay with it? And get a quick picture? Fist bump or?
Congratulations. Great job. Good job. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Hope I said your last one. Good job. Oops.
Nice job. Obstacle course. Yeah. Nice work on navigating. Nice job.
Come on over. Yeah, everyone gather around, we'll take a picture. Somebody look more. Yeah. Pretend you're more. Everyone look tall.
Oh, I don't usually get in there, it's just
That's good.
I get to take the picture, so I don't have to be in the picture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let me just see.
Congratulations.
I'm gonna grab one more for, or Mary, do you want to send it to me? So I can see it. I'm gonna hold it. We're gonna do another one, or you want?
Thanks for coming, you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. That's awesome. Thank you.
Blame the kids.
All right, that's fantastic. I'm glad we're carrying that on, and we have such great students here, so thanks for calling them out here this month. So next up, we have open forum, and we do have some folks in the audience here. I will,
Would you like the list? You can call them.
yeah, you want to grab the list? But I would just say, so thanks so much for coming. If you are comfortable, I would ask you maybe to come here. We do have a camera sitting out in front. And because we have a number of folks on the list, if you can try to keep it to maybe 5 minutes at most, that would be appreciated. So I'll call your name and the purpose, and then you guys can come up and speak. So first up, we have Mary Yep, which is, uh-oh, I'm gonna need a little help. On the purpose.
Right over here.
Sorry, I can't quite see this one.
Just asking if we're doing better. We need
Okay.
to do better.
Oh, we need to do better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Board of Directors. In the spring of 2021, the Board of Directors gave the charge to the interim director hiring committee that the new interim executive director and team would have the following 3 responsibilities during their tenure of the 2021-22 school year. These were as follows: to do an organizational assessment of all staff positions and determine if we are adequately staffed with the right people in the right positions using their talents and their gifts appropriately, and that our policies are adequate to take on the growth during expansion. Secondly, rebuild our community and regain the trust between stakeholders groups, staff, parents, students, administration, and our community. 3, improve communication between all stakeholders. The communication we as parents and stakeholders at MSA have witnessed from another entity in our community in the past week regarding our future at MSA shows that these objectives have not been met, much less improved. In fact, one could say communication and stakeholder relationships right now might be worse than they were in spring of 2020. And I didn't think they could get worse at that point. The lack of transparency in attributing statements and decisions and actions to committees who have not met since the end of August does not create a community of trust. Finally, the confusion in communication presented this weekend regarding the location, modality, time, and agendas of meetings, whether special or regular meetings of the board, violates statute 13D 0.04, notice of meeting, subdivisions 1 and subdivision 2. And one could argue that the pursuing meetings are in violation of this, and decisions made at them are null and void. I ask you how we can do better, because we need to. Our kids depend on it, our families depend on it, and our future as a community depends on it.
All right, up next we have Heather, and I need some.
Ongoing merger.
Ongoing merger discussions. I did not.
Thank you. So I'm Heather Crisco, and I am a parent here at MSA. And during the October MSA board meeting, Mr. Vett shared that administration was recommending a pause on the WLA merger talks. The board agreed to this pause, and Board Chair Ellingson confirmed in his email to families last night that we were in fact in a pause. During the live stream WLA board meeting this past week, WLA administration stated that WLA has had multiple meetings with MSA administration the last couple of weeks, working on specifics for a merger, and this was during our pause. I'd like to know who's negotiating for MSA in ongoing discussions while we are paused, and what information and access has indeed been provided. The WLA board meeting provided more information than what's been shared at the October MSA board meeting and subsequent communications to MSA families. It seems as though there's a disconnect, but it's not clear why. I would just like to know why we have a disconnect and why families are getting more information from WLA board meetings about discussions that have taken part with our MSA administration than we have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next we have Jamie Brody on the expansion.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Broad. I'm a parent of a 6th and 9th grade student at MSA. I wanted to thank the board for this opportunity to speak during the open forum. I appreciate all of the work you guys are doing to ensure MSA remains one of the best schools in the state of Minnesota. With all the conversation of expansion and possible merger, one thing that isn't clear to me or other parents I've spoken to is what has driven the need for expansion. Why do we need to move away from a working model? And what is the downside of continuing to operate as is? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We have next Kim Jensen on expansion.
Good evening, my name is Kim Jensen. This is my 13th year as an MSA parent. When I applied to MSA for my daughter many years ago, we knew that MSA would be a great school for her that would challenge her academically and would prepare her well as she enters adulthood. She graduated from MSA in 2016 and is now a supplier engineer at Boston Scientific. MSA has always been known for its high academic standards that challenge kids to go above and beyond what the neighborhood high school would do. That is one of the primary reasons why many parents choose MSA as a school for their children. When my middle son was in 8th grade, we decided that MSA was not a good fit for him through high school, so he left for a traditional public high school experience. My youngest son is now a senior at MSA, and he has excelled throughout his time here. The accelerated curriculum at MSA has prepared him well for his life after high school. MSA is very well known for its rigorous academic standards that challenge students to work hard and prepare them to succeed in life. MSA has such a good reputation within the Twin Cities metro area that families from Minneapolis choose to drive their kids every day because of the reputation MSA has received, which is one of higher academic standards and test scores. MSA is a choice school, so every student at MSA has had to apply to be accepted and knows that there are higher graduation requirements than the local public high schools. I was very disappointed to learn that MSA had been in talks to merge with WLA, since at the last board meeting, it was decided that any talks of a merger had been put on pause until the expansion committee came up with a plan for expansion. It was shocking to watch the WLA board meeting last Thursday where they talked about specifics, such as which building would house each grade, board of director members for the transition team, and staffing needs of each location. The mission of MSA and WLA are very different and do not seem like they would merge very well together. MSA has consistently had some of the highest test scores in the state and has been ranked #1 high school in the state for several years. WLA is ranked in the bottom half of the state as far as math and reading test scores. MSA has a waiting list that it does because people want the challenging curriculum of the school. Proceeding with the merger would dilute the student body at MSA and lower its standards. I urge the MSA Board of Directors to vote against a merger.
Thank you. And
And then I have another letter from
Yep.
somebody else that she wasn't able to be here tonight, so she asked me to read it.
you're okay to say the name? Otherwise I need to.
Yep.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
Go ahead.
This is from Annette Smith. Dear members of the MSA Board of Directors, I would like to thank each of you for the effort and dedication you commit to the MSA community. I recognize sitting on this board is a time-consuming activity and am grateful for each of your contributions. I am the parent of a senior at MSA. I am also a former elementary teacher with experience in large public district systems as well as charter, and taught methods courses and supervised student teachers at a university level. In short, I am a parent that values education. My student is attending MSA because of the mission, accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects, with an emphasis on math and science. Not simply because of the state ranking or that we heard it was a good school. We consciously made the decision to enroll our student in MSA based on this mission because his learning needs require rigor. Prior to attending MSA, my son attended an independent Montessori and was homeschooled in middle school. I only mention this because as parents, we have actively sought alternatives to the large district systems and want to be involved in our son's education. Again, because we value choice in our students' education, attempting to find the best fit school has always been the focus. I am a parent that values taking part in my students' education. Schools succeed when all those involved in educating the student respectfully work together and collaboratively make decisions. This has consistently been the case at MSA prior to the 21-22 school year. Parents were welcomed and encouraged to volunteer in various ways. We had a strong community. In fact, if a sign-up genius was emailed requesting volunteers or donations, it would fill within minutes. It was a joyful place as well, with plenty of activities just for fun, such as the dodgeball tournament and dorkathlon. Our students' mental health was also taken into consideration, offering events just for enjoyment and community building. For the past couple of years, it feels like MSA is simply a place that is focused on test scores, cognitive experiences, and not educating the whole person. Fun helps reduce stress and behavior incidents and increases student achievement. While it is easy to point to COVID as a disruption, from my vantage point, this has little to do with the pandemic, but how leadership handled the experience. Until last school year, parents and students alike felt heard by leadership. Unfortunately, I can no longer say this has been my experience. Yes, parents and guardians may voice their opinions after it has been requested to complete a questionnaire or survey, but recent events suggest that the leadership and the board of directors no longer include the family's feedback as part of the decision-making process. Parent participation is one of the reasons we chose a charter school over a district high school. One thing that has been sadly overlooked is why this school has been so successful. The committed families make a large impact. There are little behavior problems comparatively at MSA because of the involved families. We want to help support MSA, but in recent years that has become increasingly challenging. I substitute taught at WLA as recently as last school year, and I have great concerns about how the curriculum at that school will prepare students to be successful when they transition to MSA 6th grade content, as well as instructional techniques utilized at our wonderful school. I have direct experience with the role-level instructional methods detailed for use in the substitute plans and expectations at WLA. One may immediately assume the sub-plans were a diluted version of the student's typical day, but after dialoguing with grade-level teachers, content provided is shared planning. There is little to no instructional modifications or differentiation of the published curricula, even for those learners that are well beyond content presented. To be direct, I observe no rigor. This is far from best practice or what our students at MSA are accustomed to, since teachers design their own lessons based on MSA learners. There was concern raised last week during the WLA board meeting about the graduation standards at MSA. As a parent of a college applicant, I have been immensely grateful for these standards. They have completely opened doors for my son during the college application process. He would have never known these entry-level expectations were required at certain colleges when he was a 9th grader because he wasn't even thinking about which college he might apply. To be clear, submitting their college applications. Not only that, but the high school expectations at MSA set the students up for college success. Many MSA graduates have shared that college was an easy transition for them because of their experience at MSA. To entertain the idea of changing these expectations during a merger with a school that is not performing at the level of MSA would be a complete disservice to the MSA students. I also have concerns about the WLA discipline policies, as methods utilized are very punitive and outdated. Again, this is not best practice, nor anything close to the PBIS system that MSA utilizes. Ultimately, the disrespectful discipline policies are the reason I am no longer subbing at WLA. Being that my son is a senior, many may wonder why I have taken the time to care about what transpires at MSA after he graduates. I care because this school was a place my student felt like he could be himself, geeky bits and all. I feel speaking up is paying it forward to those students that, if kept intact, would also excel at MSA. Why? Because at MSA, the kids know it's widely accepted to be smart, nerdy, and want to learn. While this school is certainly not for every student, it does provide a necessary option for learners and is unique in this era of mega-sized public high schools. The teachers and staff recognize that learners are different and are grateful to work alongside students that are respectful. I'm speaking up because I recognize MSA parents before me helped preserve what my son was able to experience, this amazing, unique school. I am grateful for their efforts and I am attempting to do the same for future MSA learners. I am requesting the administration, the expansion committee, the board of directors, please carefully consider the rationale behind entertaining a merger with WLA and the potential repercussions to MSA. Is it really in the best interest of the MSA community? Does merging with a school that has a completely different charter and mission statement focus align with the MSA mission? Have all creative solutions in meeting increasing budget needs been exhausted? MSA is like the last unicorn, this environment of a choice school. one which helps launch kids into the world, confidently and wholly themselves, is unique. I implore you to continue to preserve this choice and not make decisions as though MSA is a regular public school. MSA is different. That is why we families chose this school. Please carefully consider decisions that are aligned with MSA's unique mission. Sincerely, Annette Smith.
All right, next up we have Tom Teagues on process and decision making.
Yeah, hey everybody. By the way, I forgive the informal nature of my words. I wasn't planning on speaking, but Dan was kind enough to come over, and he's now regretting that decision to say, hey, you can come and speak. Yeah, so I hate to credentialize myself, that's terrible, but it makes sense in this forum. I have a doctorate in leadership, and I do board workshops. I help organizations form boards. I'm the president of the board, on the board of directors for a couple organizations, so I have some experience, and so I want to share something that I've noticed over the last 2 years, I would say. When my son first came to MSA, I was extremely impressed with the open and honest and back and forth dialogue of the board. I think that's been a hallmark I hear before that point as well, and I thought I was honestly very surprised in a good way to say, wow, this is really good, open, honest discussion. And I have to say that I kind of noticed a difference related to merger conversations. And I would say, if anything, I would say it points to something that's not quite in line with what you've done in the past. It just doesn't feel quite the same. And I think maybe you're hearing comments based on that. And so I would definitely, I was able to hear some of the board workshop earlier, and process was talked about. I think process is really important on the board of directors, and whether it's for hiring or making decisions about pay or making a large decision like a merger or expansion or buying a building or something like that. And so I would say that I think I haven't felt that it's been as open and honest conversation among board members or in the boardroom or with constituents. It sort of felt like something's been thrown out and then people respond to it afterward, thinking, wait, why has this been going on? We haven't even talked about it. Whereas strategic planning and that linear process, I think I've seen followed in the past, and it didn't, kind of came from it seemed like left field. That might not be the case. Maybe the board has had discussions that I wasn't privy to. So I guess I would just say, make sure that you're following a defined process that everyone understands from the beginning to say, hey, let's make the decision about, do we want to explore merging? Let's say that would be a decision that the board would make, right? And then they would say, yes, let's explore that. And then they would approve that decision and say, okay, so what are our options? Let's go explore those options. And it felt like it was a little bit backwards. It was saying, hey, this option of merging with another school is here, let's vote on that. It seems counter to what we've done in the past, which is let's make the linear decision. So I guess I would just say, maybe think about what the process is, and if it is clear to everyone, and decide on that before you decide on the end result of that process, whether it's expansion or merging or whatever. So like I said, I think that's something that I would ask the board to do, and hopefully, like I said, I think you're putting things out there to try to make those decisions, gather feedback and those things. So it sounds good. And by the way, I do want to acknowledge, it's not easy to serve on the board, so thank you for doing that. It's one of the more thankless jobs I know, and it's tough to sit and listen to feedback and then try to make decisions in this on camera and being watched. So that's, thank you for doing that. I very much appreciate it. Again, you're unsung heroes of the process, and like I said, I would ask that you guys talk about the process, hopefully, and say, what is our process to make these decisions? And then hopefully we can understand what that process is too, so that it's easier to take that. If you say, oh, I know what the process was, I understand how they came to the decision, so that makes sense to me, versus I'm not really sure, and then you get more resistance that way, and so you do yourselves a favor that way too. So, all right,
Thank you.
thanks everybody.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Sarah Zuman on expansion.
Thank you very much. I have 3 students that have been through MSA, and I have a daughter that graduated last year. I have a 10th grader this year, and we also have a 7th grader this year. And I would just like to say that in regard to a merger with WLA, after watching the board meeting that they had last week, I noted that there were non-negotiable issues that they had talked about. And I'm wondering if MSA has those, and I asked that if we don't, that definitely is something that we have. And in that, I also asked that keeping the curriculum that MSA currently has is something that is added to that list. MSA, as it sits now, sets our children up for success, be it in college, in a career, and I think that it's an amazing school, and I hope that that can continue. Thank you.
All right, we have, it says Lee Ahmed by proxy. Is somebody covering? Is that you, Mary?
Yes. Leanne was not able to make it, so she sent me her letter and asked me to read it. Dear Board of Directors, I am unable to attend, but please read the following. Passionate about helping with the very exciting and ambitious goals of MSA expansion, I volunteered to become a parent representative of the Expansion Committee. This committee is an official BOD committee chaired by Mr. Eng. According to the MSA webpage, I am a member of this committee. Alongside me, Mr. Ellingson, Mr. Eng, parents, admin, and a teacher have been meeting regularly since spring of 2022. Following the selection of an owner's rep and an architect, the proposed next step was to invite feedback from parents and students regarding their vision with MSA expansion. The visioning skill sessions kicked off in September. The third session was halted with a promise to resume in October. October came and went, and I inquired as to when the next expansion committee would take place. I was told soon. It is now the end of November, and still no expansion committee meeting that I am aware of. Yet the committee is providing a report tonight. Is the committee meeting without me and the other parent members? If so, are there notes on these meetings to be posted publicly? There should be. If the committee isn't meeting, but decisions continue to be made in the name of the committee, what is the purpose of this committee? This troubling pattern of merger survey, special meeting, no report on merger survey, no completion of summary of expansion visionary sessions, release of sensitive expansion information broadcast to WLA board and public before returning to your own stakeholders and committee, and then hurry up, let's vote on a merger in December is maddening, and we're all losing faith that the BOD cares about parent, student, and community buy-in and support. So I ask, is the expansion committee still in existence? If so, who are the members? What is the full charge, and when does it meet?
Thank you. Next we have Pauline Ho on the lunch and tables for lunch.
Hi, I wasn't regret talking, but I have this in mind for a couple months, 2 years. So I just want to share the feeling of the lunchroom at MSA. So who in here has been to a middle school lunch, like a regular middle school lunch with 900 students? Right, what do you hear?
It's been 20 years, but...
Awesome, okay, so what do you hear? You hear students talking, right? Like, you can hear that from like 20 feet away. And then you can hear like, they laughing and then they joking around, taking selfies together, and food drop on the floor, and the students running around, right? That's normal, right? I didn't feel that at MSA. I volunteer in building A for Pizza Day. I volunteer in building B for Healthy Next Step Day. So the lunch in building A is super quiet. Our kids are very quiet. They're not too allowed to talk loud, or I'm not sure what happened, but it just to me, it's just abnormally quiet. So last year we'll do Trivia Tuesday. We tried to cheer it up, and we got some good good response of the student about that. But this year, when I volunteer in Building B, I see the student eating lunch in our pictures. And then no table. Who in here eating on a bench without a table at least 2 days a week? Raise your hand. Now, our student in Building B eating lunch without a table on a bench and put food on a bench where somebody may step, somebody may run over. They're eating like that 5 days a week. Can we do something about it? I think we can. MSA has sitting on a good fund balance. I don't know the number, but I heard from everywhere that it's very healthy. Can we invest something so that the students of this Building B can have a table, a chair, they can sit together and they can carry conversations? That's social emotional well-being for the students, right? Because during my last time volunteer, I see a couple kids, they don't really want to play badminton. They are not talking to anyone, maybe their friends were gone for that day or whatever. They're just sitting there by themselves, staring into space. And they are left with the lunch monitor, who I don't believe that are trained to build a connection with the students or anything like that. I'm going to share a good experience that I have at Oakland Middle School a couple of years ago when my son was there. So when I was there as a volunteer, I see the principal who was working on her mobile desk. Like she got a laptop in front of her and she'll checking her email, but she also keep an eye on the kids. So if they drop the tray on the floor, she's going to tell them like, hey, go and pick it up. And then I also see an assistant principal who puts some music on and he'll tell some joke to the kids, who ask some question about music, and then he throw candy to the kids and he got a big crowd around him. That's normal, right? I would like to propose to the board to invest something in our student lunch. It's not really, it's more than just a table, it's a social emotional well-being with the kids. The last 2 years has been difficult. Let's do something for them. We had a fun for that. One more thing before I end. I talked to a couple parents and students. MSA sell milk to the students right before COVID. Right? What happened to that program? Can we bring it back? Can we afford to bring it back? Please do. Because we have teenagers who go into groceries, who need milk during the day. Yes, family can provide that. But lunch is 1/3 of the meal consumptions. Simple. Can we do it without too much trouble? I think we can. That's the reason I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Last one we have here is Crystal Appleby on the expansion.
Sorry, I interpreted the sign up.
Sorry?
I misinterpreted the sign. I thought that was the sign.
Okay, no problem. So then I think that's the last one. Yeah, no, and I maybe wasn't clear, but normally we wouldn't necessarily comment on open forums, but I just felt moved. I mean, thank you so much, everyone who took the time to come in and share your thoughts and feelings. I think that is important, even though you may not see a response, directly here tonight. You got a chance to, everyone had a chance to hear and internalize, as well as the folks listening at home. I'm sure you spoke some of the words that they were also thinking, so thank you so much for coming in tonight. All right. And then I'll pass this. This is yours.
Yeah,
If you want to. Yep. Bear with this as we try to maintain warmth. Are we paying our bills? The electricity bills? So I have approval of minutes. This is the previous minutes, October 17th. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes? Item number 7.
So moved, Maggie.
Maggie's moved. Is there a second?
A second.
Jennifer seconded it. Any discussion? I did see we had some highlighted items still in there, and they had like questions.
Oh, and my name was misspelled repeatedly.
Oh no, okay.
I did put it in the comments.
In the comments, okay. So how do we get that? DJ, are you able to help us follow up on the spelling of Maggie's name?
I can help you.
The minute?
It's hard.
No, we'll catch that.
Double R, double A, double F.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to think like if we?
You know, my name's misspelled too, for doing it.
How do we fix this?
Can you
Well,
not
you're at
keep my
it.
Well, because it let me put comments, I didn't know.
I don't see-
Mine, if you scroll down,
Yeah.
I can see her comments on the side here.
I don't see them on mine. But you
Keep
can
going down,
see
it was
yours.
further down. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Can you see them?
Yep,
Oh, there they are.
yep.
Further down.
And then this, like on whatever page this is under item 6, where it says, correct this to match the handout. Can we just do that and then strike that out? Or, do you know what I mean? Like there were some highlighted things which looked like they were notes, like internal notes kind of.
Yes.
And there was a request, and I remembered it only when I was reading this here last night, about adding pictures of busing. Busing? Of what?
Was it busing? I don't know if it was
I don't know what
It
busing
was- But there was some pictures that needed to be added, but
There was a
Not
question about
aware
adding
of that.
pictures. I remember that when I read that, but do you remember what that was?
that's what I'm trying to rack my brain on.
Were they pictures of the buses we were proposing?
Of the vans?
Yeah, vans.
Oh, maybe it was the vans.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Hinton.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
There was questions on those sheets that we did, those big posters about transportation. This was in regard to the discussion at the October 3rd meeting. There were questions.
Remember all the questions
regarding-
we wrote down?
There was a comment, if I recall, and I'll just say for the mic, that not all of our questions that were written down were transferred over the
previous
notes.
session.
So we were just going to include those pictures in the notes. So did you take the pictures or somebody?
I don't have any.
Does anybody still have the notes?
I have the sheet.
Okay. So then, if we're okay, then if you have the sheets, if you can pass, maybe DJ a picture?
I could come over and take pictures of the sheets. And we
Okay.
could add them to the minutes
So then,
and amend the minutes.
I would like to propose that we approve these, assuming that we get the pictures in as we thought we should have, and then we correct Maggie's name. Anything else?
And-
Oh, and Heddles as well, yes.
Heddles as well.
And the,
Triple B minus to
Yeah,
reflect
the
the
rating.
handout.
Oh, yeah, and then the
Bond
triple B minus, what?
The bond rating, to make sure it reflects what the handout said.
Just to match the handout.
From when Mr. Hagan was here.
Yes.
yeah, I think it's triple B. Not triple B minus or triple B plus.
If we
Oh,
need
I
help
think
with
she,
that.
I think she wants to verify what our current rating is. Because it
And it
says
was-
MSA is a triple B minus, which is true.
It's not.
We're double B, aren't we?
Our previous, the 8 million bonds were triple B minus.
Current.
We would get, what is it, double B for this next go around, just because it's, that's I think what it was referring to.
So we gotta verify what our current rating
Yeah.
is what they're saying.
Just verified, put it in.
And Randy, can you help with that one?
Sure.
Okay.
So
anything
rating?
else?
It was triple B for.
And then we can, I think we can remove the yellow highlight. All right, any further changes? Then I'm gonna make, all those in favor, approves as amended. Actually, you're okay with the changes?
Yeah.
And then, sorry, who was the seconded in that one?
Jen.
No,
Jennifer seconded.
Yeah.
You're okay with those changes? Yeah, okay. Then all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 9-0. Great. Give me just a second to pull up the other. So we are on to student representatives. So anything this month?
No, but what I've heard from students is like, although it's not a big deal, students have been asking about like having a vending machine back at MSA and like with the, oh, that's great news.
It's been ordered, it's just on, like, everything in this country, it's in back order, so it's coming though. Couple weeks, maybe, we'll see. We're gonna have one for A and one for B.
Now, I believe it was taken away because of COVID, right?
Yes.
But do we, and this isn't on the top, but do we have any concerns about the contents of the vending machine? Or
No, it's all healthy,
it is going to be healthy?
a variety of
Sorry.
snacks and meals that can be microwaved, so. it's
Okay,
all-
great.
yeah. Great, and the prices are good too.
And this is something we stock, not a vendor?
They stock it.
Okay.
How often?
They automatically,
Students are gonna be eating
they
it like
get
every day.
results immediately as
Oh,
things
nice.
get taken, so they can just monitor through their computers. They'll probably have to come daily to fill them after every lunch. Yeah, so.
And I kind of wanted like a follow-up from the board or the admin about like the, like 2 years ago, Student Action Group, we made a petition, the We Demand Systemic Action petition. And I was kind of wanting like a follow-up to see like if the goals were met and the progress on that, so.
Good, yeah, I wonder if we can take that one at the same time we're planning to do the strategic plan update as well as the investigation kind of closeout one. If that would work, because we can decide together tonight here, but I mean, just talking off the cuff, we had planned on doing that in January. So we could maybe either look December or January for that one. So, yeah, thank you.
I'm going to share one thing. Noah and I met, was it last week? He had a great suggestion. You know how, Dan, you give a parent update or family update to the minutes, the day after our meetings? Noah's going to do a student update for after our board meetings. So he wanted to do something like that, which I think is wonderful.
Great.
So,
Yeah, great. And now, would that go out to the community or to the
that
students?
go out to the students. He
Okay.
emailed through students, but then he'll run it through to make sure it includes everything on there, so.
Great. All right, then we'll move on to Executive Director's Report, which, Mr. Rich, we have you up for.
Okay, I'm going to pass this off. There was 3 areas that last month the board wanted some more information on. One was interventions, detentions, and EAs. So Dr. Hinton, Mr. Heyman, and Ms. Raymond are here to share on those areas. The director's report you've seen, like I already have the dashboard up, and I don't want to take their time because we only have 15 minutes. So I'm going to pass that off. I think Dr. Hinton's going to start. It's going to be the slides.
Do you want to come down?
It's underneath
Under
it.
Jillian.
This is just, the director's report, the dashboard.
There's some slides.
It's on the agenda, it's
Bottom
down
of the-
underneath. Yep.
Sorry.
Are you okay to come here, Kate?
I can come here.
Yeah.
It's on the agenda.
Notice you just.
It says
at the
board
bottom.
director
Right there.
slides, right there. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so there were some questions about our student success teams at last board meeting. So I just kind of wanted to go through, student success teams are part of our multi-tiered system of support. So that's their big umbrella. Underneath there's some big chunks. It's kind of a complicated system. Student success teams is one of them. Those are the grade level teams. We meet monthly. And then they have PLCs, which are departmental teams. They meet monthly as well. And then positive behaviors and intervention support, we do that. I think that committee, Mr. Heyman runs that, it's about once a month. They meet. And then we do culturally responsive teaching in the brain monthly as well. So that's all under that big umbrella. But today I'm going to talk about student success. Okay. So each month when the grade level teams meet, we have a report with all students who are getting C- or less in any class. Teachers ahead of time review that report and they determine if an academic intervention plan is needed. Then they work with the student and themselves and the parent to go through what interventions are needed in order to make that student successful. We don't have a spreadsheet on behavior, but if there's a behavior issue, they would also use that same document. This is kind of a little bit of what it looks like. I just have student X, Y, Z, but there's a big report, and then every week we update, the teacher updates whether or not the student is working on improving, have already met the goals, or this plan is not working for the student. So we just track all of that between our monthly student success team meetings, and then we talk about students of concern. For example, this here would be a student of concern, knock the student's name off, but they have, at the time that this report was run, they had 3 Fs and a D+. So this student would be a student that we would talk about at the student success team meeting. to try to figure out what this student needs in addition to what we're providing for everybody in order to help make them be successful. So that's how we're addressing student success. Okay, and does anybody have any questions on that?
So a couple questions.
Yeah.
So have you had a chance, this is running like right now? You've already had the,
We ran it all last year.
okay. So I guess I'm trying to understand like how many students are impacted, just to get a feel for, you know, how we're doing. So I don't know what to ask even, like
Right,
number of
so
students or,
yeah,
how many people
so
are
it's
dealing
kind
with?
of a hard thing to tell. I was been working on it
Yeah.
today, even because we've got the second running of the grades, because we'll have student success teams after the holiday. It's just a minute in time, so that Joelle Hunzek actually runs the report for me. So I mean, Ms. Berggraf could be halfway through entering her grades, and there's some kids that are lower, and, you know, so we monitor that. Teachers will mark if, you know, this is kind of the grade is not really reflective of the student's progress, because maybe they were just absent the day of the test, right? And then they got an F, so, but they'll mark in there if there's no plan needed. We do see growth, like I was just looking at the current numbers, and there's a lot fewer students in this second. We do it about monthly, so we did it the end of October, doing it now. There are fewer students on the list this time. In the end last year, we had, I believe, 6 Fs and very few Ds. So for overall for the year.
So like on a monthly basis, how many students show up on this?
So we don't look at every kid. There was 119 kids on the list. I also pull C minuses. So because a C minus is something where, yeah, you're not getting a D, but one wrong move and you could be in the D range, right? So we want to just monitor those students and keep an eye on. We're also looking for big swings. You know, like if all of a sudden, if Jeff always had A's and B's and all of a sudden we're seeing C's and D's popping up everywhere, we might need to look at, maybe that's an early indication something's going on with Jeff, and we want to get on top of that right away. In our student success teams, our counselors are there. Sometimes we'll invite the case managers depending on if there's a student who has receiving specialized services, who's suddenly taking a nosedive, and we need to include the case manager on that. So it's just really trying to identify those students and intervene early.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Are we able to bring?
Yeah, and I mean also just having that visual of Dan's not just having trouble in my class, he's having trouble in 4 classes. So teachers might not already know that. So we see now all of a sudden, oh my goodness, we should really be worried about Dan. It helps us focus on what are the students that really need highest priority. And then, not that every student doesn't get it, but there are some where it's like, oh my goodness, there's a red flag here. So we do see growth over the semester. You know, the list will get longer because some kids get added to it, because we never take anybody off the list. I mean, it doesn't mean that we're not necessarily still tracking them. If you had a D the first time we ran it because you didn't do your physics project because you were sick, your name's still on the list, but we may not be, every month, your name won't come up with the low grade again. So, but it keeps an eye on all the kids so we can be ready to help them. And it kind of also it's nice to see the progress. You know, oh wait, you know, Dan was on here with 3 bad grades last time we ran it, and now he's only got 1, so good, we made a lot of progress.
Well, and I can also see if it's the one student, I can see like, oh, Teresa already sent that family an email. I'm gonna go talk to her first before I send another one. Because sometimes that's overwhelming for a parent too, depending. And so just so then, it's like, okay, did you hear back? Am I better off? Are you meeting with them? Can I ask to be there as well? Something like
And
that.
sometimes in that student success team, we might find out Maggie's got a great relationship with that student. So Maggie's going to be the point person in communicating for that family so that it's not overwhelming, you know, that you're not getting 5 or 6 emails that your kid is struggling.
And we learn from each other how we support students. You know, well, I've tried this and it worked. And then another teacher's like, oh, I could try that, you know, that kind of thing. So it's great.
You know, and in this student right here, the student has 7 classes, 4 they're struggling, so 3 they're doing pretty well. So those other 3 teachers can say, oh, wait a minute, you know, she does really well if you really try and connect with her when she walks in the room, or she's a real relationship-based kid, or, you know, calling mom, not dad, will get us a lot of, or dad, not mom, will get you more progress on this, you know, that kind of thing.
So these success teams, are they based on the teachers that actually are teaching the students in
Yes.
particular? Or is it a static list of teachers that handle everything?
No, it's the grade level team. So I mean, not every teacher, because some teachers teach, like, for example, Mr. Sutton teaches multiple different grades. He's assigned to one team.
Okay.
But the bulk of the core classes, those teachers are in those meetings.
Can I suggest maybe looking at this data from a DVI lens come January, the semester, just to kind of see where we're at?
I think we could pull the grades, like the final semester grades.
Yeah.
With that, for just that purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask that, and are there any other categories that we slice and dice the data? I mean, do we look at special ed students? Do we look at people that have other interventions for other reasons? I mean, however, I mean, I don't even know what would be appropriate. Certainly DEI would be pretty much.
Yeah, so DEI is something we don't do in the student success teams, because Dr. Raymond's done a really good job of making sure that everybody on the team knows who has an IEP and a 504 plan. So we already know, and the grade level administrators and all of them, so I know, and Mr. Heyman knows most of those students. So if we're seeing all of a sudden, you know, this student, let's say if they had an IEP, we might say, hey, DJ, can you be sure to be there, because the student, we're worried and we want, you know, and he can come then to the meeting and be with all that student's teacher. You know, it's a real efficient way for him to say, hey, listen, this happened or that happened, and this is what we're doing.
Well, and not just individual students, but across the board, too. I mean, if everyone on your list happens to be, you know, a part of a particular group, we should be looking at it at a macro
Right.
level also, not just a micro.
Yeah, and I mean, as a team, we can we also know these kids, so we know, but to pull that data specifically, I think would be valuable.
Great.
Okay.
Very helpful, thank you.
All right, I know some questions came up about I know we started implementing a few detentions and some questions about tardies and being on time to class and behaviors, that type of thing. So what I've done is, Amanda, can you go to the next one? Sorry. And this is a behavior flow chart that we created at the beginning of the school year to kind of mark and let teachers know, but also help with clarifying how we deal with behavior. And behavior and discipline is always a very, very tough thing in a school, because you want to be as proactive as possible, and we are. We really are here at MSA. Our PBIS team works very, very well. We have fire slips already very well established in place, and the fire slip protocol, and our drawings for incentives, and I know we've added the Dragon Wagon, which is our kind of incentive that we've been doing to help kids get something tangible from those fire slips, to get those fire slips. So it's just an incentive program, and it really does a nice job encouraging and those positive behaviors. But in any school, and MSA is not, I mean, MSA is phenomenal because we have very few of these problem behaviors, period. Number one, very few problem behaviors, but we're still gonna have some. I mean, kids are kids, they're gonna make mistakes, and our job is to help them learn from those mistakes so they don't happen again. And that's kind of the behavior piece that we're looking at, and the discipline piece that we look at. So you will notice all of this is trying to make it as proactive as possible, but every single behavior situation is going to be unique, because not every kid is going to act the same way, and not every student is going to come to school with the same things. And so they're always going to be a unique situation. So it's about maintaining repairing and building up the relationship. It's all about that education piece with the kids, because no matter what we can do and what we put in to be proactive, a lot of times when you're dealing with students and their behaviors, it's going to be reactive. And so the way we do this, the most important thing is we've kind of divided up teacher-managed behaviors and then administrator-managed behaviors. On the left side are teacher-managed behaviors and how to kind of deal with them. In every single instance, every intervention number 1, intervention 2, intervention 3, the first thing that's listed there is reteach. It's the education piece. Again, reteach the expected behavior. That's what we want the students to learn from this. We don't want to be punitive, we want to be educational. And sometimes it might take a couple times, to reteach a student how to do this in expected behavior, especially since, the last couple years have been very tough for students to come back into a school. So it's all about that reteaching, that educational piece, so that it doesn't happen again, and we can have a plan moving forward. And that's where, if a behavior does occur over and over and over again, that's the point where administration, like our assistant principal or myself and Dr. Hinton, might get involved in dealing with that student and dealing with some of those behaviors. And again, our first and most important thing we do is have a conversation with the student. Looking at that restorative piece, using a restorative practice, so to speak. Basically talking to the student, asking them, hey, what happened? What was going on? What was the reason for this? Okay? What was going through your mind? Do you see how you maybe hurt somebody or hurt something or damaged something or something? Kind of that teaching and educational experience, so that kids realize, oh, yeah, I didn't look at it that way. They mostly just maybe reacted instead of thinking it through, And again, that's something that we're all about, that education, all about that conversation and using that restorative approach. So again, when we talk about behaviors and consequences, not every kid is going to have the same consequence, It's going to depend on the situation. Maybe a conversation with a kid or a student is going to be enough. And learning that and making sure you have that relationship, the administrator or the teacher. Maybe a conversation with the parent might be enough to say, hey, this is what happened, maybe hopefully we're going to move forward so we have a plan in place so it doesn't happen again. Maybe at the next step might be a conversation with the student and the parent in a meeting with the teacher or something like that, getting more progressively, more interventions, kind of on a progressive scale. Sometimes we will assign a detention after school where that student not only will reflect on what they did or maybe what they didn't do well or did wrong, but also give back and do a little service to the school. Okay, that's what our detentions are involving. So again, it really depends on the situation, and I know it's like there's a lot of times people want consistency when we're talking about consequences and behaviors and discipline and student discipline, but it's very hard to do that because every student is different. And we want to make sure we're learning that and getting to know our kids the most importantly. Now, with that being said, one of the more concrete things, and you can move to the next slide, Amanda, one of the more concrete things we do have is students being tardy to class or being on time to class. The expectations are here pretty straightforward. If a student is late to class, either the parents or the student will check themselves into the main office and they will get a pass, hopefully if our machine works. Sorry, sometimes it doesn't work, but they will get a pass from us. They will give that to the teacher. That is an excused tardy, okay? But an unexcused tardy basically is for the rest of the day. If the students it's on them to get from one class to the other within 5 minutes. If they're not in class on time, that counts as a tardy. Now, typically, consequences for these can include a detention after school. Okay, it depends on what has been done up to that point. And typically what happens is if a student is tardy, the teacher typically will try to redirect the student. If it happens more than once, we ask that the teacher contact the parent at home, first by email, then by a phone call. And if it keeps continuing and if it's chronic, then the student gets referred to admin. And when it gets referred to administration, that's where we kind of monitor it a little bit more closely. And in that situation, you might need another conversation with the parent over the phone, conversation with the student, and then a plan moving forward. So, for example, we might have a student who has been chronically tardy for a number of weeks. So now, okay, we're going to monitor it. We might have every time that student, if that student gets 3 or more tardies during the week, they get an automatic detention after school. And our detentions are typically once a week on Thursday afternoons from 4 to 4:30. We start in the Great Hall with a reflection, like I said, and then they'll do a little service to the school. But again, it depends on the situation and depends on what that kid needs and where those students are at. So that's kind of an update on our behavior and our detention process. As hopefully we try to be as proactive as possible, but like I said, it's a lot of times it's reactive in this situation, but it's all about the relationships and getting there with the kids. So, questions? Yeah.
How many kids are in detention on a weekly basis?
It really varies. I think the most we've ever had is maybe 3. Maybe 3, but I mean, sometimes we'll have 2. I mean, sometimes we'll have 1, sometimes we won't have any. I mean, it really varies because a lot of times what will happen is kids will learn that, oh yeah, this is really a lot of fun to stay after school and do these reflections.
If they don't go to detention?
So if they don't go to detention, we reassign it. We'll call the parent and let the parent know that, you know what, so-and-so maybe skipped a detention, and we'll work with the parent to either reassign it for the next week, and if that doesn't happen again, then we'll get some more serious consequences in that situation.
I think there's been some concern, one of the reasons being asked, some concern by parents that tardies might disparately impact students that are seeking additional educational assistance and may find it difficult going from building to building, making their next class.
Right.
And I understand, I'm sure we'll treat it as an excused absence, but it's the additional stress being caused for the student, and in fact, they may not then seek additional educational assistance because now they have to make this choice of whether to risk being tardy or whatever, running across the parking lot, getting hit by a car to make sure they can make it to their next class, whatever that case may be. And I don't think a student should need to, that should never enter in their mind, right?
No,
They should make the right choice, but they are students, they're kids, and you just want to make sure that the right choice is in front of them and that they understand.
And what's interesting about that is, I mean, there's always going to be teacher discretion, there's always going to be admin discretion, counselor discretion, whatever. If a student is feeling a lot of stress or anxiety because they aren't getting to class on time, hopefully the teacher will notice that. Hopefully the student will be able to express that to the teacher. I know sometimes they won't. Obviously, a 6th grader probably doesn't want to talk to their teacher. They might be afraid or something like that. But the teacher might notice, hey, how come you're late all the time? You know, and that's where we work with the kid and that's where the relationship piece comes in, because yes, we have put plans in place for certain kids to maybe get them out 30 seconds early ahead of time so they can get to the next class without having that stress, or putting a plan in place where we might adjust the schedule if need be, or to make sure they don't have to go all the way across the parking lot or from one place to another. And so again, it's like I know it's frustrating, but it is a case-by-case basis in this situation where, you know, students, if they're having a hard time, hopefully they will reach out to an adult, and that adult will work out a plan for them.
And to your point, Jeff, we do have a pass system. So if a student does need help and they get help from a teacher, that teacher can write them a pass.
Absolutely.
And
But it's the original decision though, right? I mean, a student is faced with, oh, you know, do I have to rush over? I mean, I know that the corrections are in place. I just don't want to.
Yeah, we always call the teacher
Oh, sure.
Like the
Good.
next teacher, or we send a pass, or we send a quick email, like we cover that student so that they're not in a panic to get class.
Or even if the situation, it's like, hey, if you want to stick around for a couple minutes, I'll call ahead and you'll be fine. Like, that's easier.
And then if it's like every day, then we recommend, oh, maybe you need to spend some
Yeah.
time after school or before school with your teacher, you know? So we can't have them late every day because they need help every day, so.
Good. And we opened we have office hours too, so there's that opportunity as well.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And thanks for the flow chart and behavior, by the way, because apparently behavioral issues is popping up in the merger conversations, and it's nice for us to understand what we do, and it seems like we're doing well.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I've never
Yep.
seen, that process, and this is very helpful for that conversation too.
You're
So
welcome.
thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So what does like the detention look like? You said like it's service, so like what kind of service?
Are you checking it out?
He wants to know if it's worth being.
And like,
Yeah,
is it also like a good deterrence? Like, is it working? Like,
Yeah, it actually is. So the first part of detention is about 10 minutes where they're filling out a reflection piece of what went on, what was going through their mind, kind of that restorative piece where it's like, okay, how did this affect others, and kind of reflecting on their actions. And then the last 20 minutes or so, I know we've had people clean up the bleachers in the gym, maybe sweep the gym floor a little bit to get ready for volleyball or basketball practice, or cleaning. I know we've done cleaning some whiteboards that teachers have volunteered, saying, "Oh, my whiteboards need cleaning." Okay, here you go. Or I mean, things like that. But again, and what we try to do is match if we can in a situation, make whatever went wrong, make it right. How can they make it right? And so it really depends on the situation, but that kind of stuff. I mean, we've had community service where kids in the nice weather have gone outside and picked up trash outside of the buildings. That's another piece, so.
Real quick on Kate, because I think we're running a little long.
Yeah, just really quick. I had one student setting up chairs for an event in the evening, and our kids were so nice. Other kids were around, and they saw them setting up, can we help set up chairs? And
Yeah.
the detention only took like 4 minutes, because like 6 kids joined in to help, so
Right.
it's kind of a.
Again, this is, I mean, it's very rare and very few times we have to deal with things like this, so but it's nice to have a plan in place. All right.
Thank you, Steve.
Yep.
Randy? Yep, I think it's first, but who's better?
Hello, I'm Jillian Raymond, for those of you that I haven't met yet. And I was asked to speak about educational assistance. And to start with educational assistance, we've got to back up a little bit. So I'm going to talk just a moment about our special services department. So this is a great segue too from what's been talked about already this evening, because we're really talking about our MTSS. We have one system, multiple supports for students. We have a continuum of supports for our students. Most students are going to need help with something from one time or another. All students have different strengths and different weaknesses. In this room, we all have individual learning differences, okay? Praise to you that have the brain that don't work like mine, and science comes very easily, okay? But sometimes we have more than just a learning difference, and we have students that have disabilities, and it's still our job to provide a free and appropriate education. So when students have a disability, we have a couple of plans that help those students. One is we have students that are on what are called a Section 504 plan. And a Section 504 plan is set up with a student with a medical diagnosis, and we set up accommodations that help the child with their disability, okay? And what's important that we keep in mind there with a 504 is that that's really, I love how our own attorneys call it. A 504 plan is really our plan to make sure we're not discriminating. It helps keep us on our toes and that reminder. So 504 plans are for students with a medical disability and they qualify for a 504. We do an evaluation within a team at school. There are also students who have a disability that have been evaluated and have qualified for what is called special education services. And this is a little bit different, not a little bit, it's a lot different than a 504 plan, because with a 504 plan, we're looking just at a medical diagnosis. So for example, let's say somebody with chronic migraines, okay? And they might need to have a break from the light at different times. They might need to be able to go out in a hall or go someplace else because of that migraine and the stimuli in our environment impacting and impairing their learning, okay? When it comes to special education and students that are served on an individual education plan or an IEP, these students have all gone through a full-blown evaluation, and our evaluations are all guided by Minnesota Department of Education criteria. And in Minnesota, we have 13 categorical disability areas that students can qualify for. So it all begins with that evaluation. From the evaluation, we determine student needs based upon their disability. Then as a team, as an IEP team, we come together to figure out, okay, how do we best help support this student given the parameters of our situation? And we support our students first and foremost with these amazing case managers. We're very fortunate to have our middle school case manager and special ed teacher here on our board, DJ Johnston, and then our high school case manager, special ed teacher is Tammy Flowers Brooks. And these two people, they are the liaison between general ed and our students with special education needs. First and foremost, our students are all general education students first. And so DJ and Tammy really help communicating with the mainstream general ed teacher to make sure that we're adapting to that student's needs and we're providing the accommodations or modifications. In addition to case managers, when we write an IEP, we're very mindful of what's called the least restrictive environment. We want our kids in the mainstream classroom participating with everybody else. In fact, I'm still so proud, the first 2 weeks of school, when there is so much community building going on in classrooms, our students were there for 100% of that time, which was really nice. They were completely interacting with the general ed teachers, general ed classroom, so that was terrific. Also, when writing an IEP, when we're keeping that in mind, we've also got to think about service providers. Some of our students have a disability which they've got other service providers involved with. So for example, we might have a student who has a speech disorder. One of that student's service providers would be the speech language pathologist then, because they're working specifically on that student's needs and goals. The IEP is all written around the student's needs, which come from the evaluation, and then we're writing IEP goals and objectives. And these are different than passing Mrs. Burgraff's class. We definitely want to pass Mrs. Burgraff's class, but students that are on an IEP have very individualized goals to be working on. So the service providers are there to support our kids. And then we also do have educational assistants here at MSA. We're very fortunate to have 6 educational assistants. And their schedules are all driven based upon student need. So, and we're very targeted with that piece. Questions?
So if a student has an IEP that's pretty specific about what they need that particular child, are we as a school following those IEPs to the letter?
Yes, we are.
And if are there ever any changes, then, like, do you ever recommend changes to the IEPs?
Oh, you bet we do.
Okay. But the
As a team, as a team.
Is the parent always involved?
The parent is involved, yes. And the parent is a member in that team. So it's not so the parent is always a part of that input when we have the annual team meeting. Absolutely, yes. All right.
So, one more question, sorry.
No, fine, Jeff.
So some parents have mentioned that there's been a shift from having educational assistants in the classroom. Some, but not as many. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
You bet. So from what I can gather, educational assistants were given schedules, and they matched up with kids, but then they would be, the schedules were stagnant then. Create the schedule and we stay in that regard, rather than adapting to what that student need is. So, for example, if we had a student who needs to have an EA, an educational assistant, with them at all times, we would need to write that up very specifically within their IEP. And again, though, that's all based upon that child's evaluation. So, in fact, we have observation checklists to be watching kids and how they're performing in class and so forth. But I do realize, I will acknowledge that yes, there's been a shift, because we're really targeting specific needs with the kids, so that we're trying to problem solve at the correct level, so that we're getting what they need when they need it, rather than, hey, so we got Phi Ed class, oh, somebody might not behave, let's have an EA sitting in the bleachers waiting for a disruption. That's not the best use of the EA's time, plus it's not right for the kids. In fact, it's really been fabulous. This is my first year at MSA, but it's my 30th year in education, and what a treat to be able to work with some of these twice exceptional students, and to really, as we're doing across MSA, our universal instruction is working on helping move children from being dependent to independent learners. We're doing that in our department too. So, when you know a student on the autism spectrum, you know one student on the autism spectrum. But it's been fascinating and wonderful to watch our parents really want to help the child transition and get ready for the next step. We're supporting them right now, but when they walk out of here as MSA graduates, we also want to make sure that they're ready for that next step. So, and a part of how we access and use our EAs definitely comes into play with that. So I'm always, okay, Dan, if I'm always on Dan, when's Dan gonna learn? So we work with that, and each child is different. And Dan, I assume they're but that's the difference. That's the difference that we're hearing about, is that rather than EAs just sitting in all the classes, they're going specifically for student needs.
So do they have office hours otherwise, or how's that managed?
Not office hours, they have set times with certain students. They have, and so, sorry, I'm getting really dry. They break up their entire schedule. So let's take math, for example. We're very fortunate to have a really strong math EA here. That doesn't happen everywhere. So we want to use him very strategically with math. And he might not be in one class period an entire hour. So I'm thinking right now off a couple periods of his day where he starts off in a class period at the start of the hour, because that particular kid needs that help getting going. Whereas then another child, he's checking in at the end of the class period to double check, follow through with that loop. That particular student needs to make sure, geez, did I actually write the homework down? That basic executive functioning help, all students need help with that, but a lot of our students with special needs certainly do. So.
I'd like to also point out too, we as teachers have been encouraged that when an EA is present in the room, they're not generally there for a specific student. They can be responsible for monitoring the rest of the class while we, the specialist, the teacher, work with that student with the IEP or a 504 plan or a small collective group of students at that time too. Because can't imagine anybody coming into my classroom. Okay, go teach that kid how to play tuba.
Well, I can't imagine that's.
We talk about your class a lot.
To me, I would imagine that is their purpose, that if EA happens to be in a classroom, they're there for everyone, not just angry.
Right.
Obviously, there's a focus, but that they're there to help everyone.
Absolutely, yeah. So, and I appreciate that comment too, Wendell, because one thing that I'm very proud of with our team and the whole MSA team is the collaboration between special services and gen ed, because it all starts with that first general education teacher. And good teaching is good teaching for all students. So it all starts there, and we've really done a great job with collaboration there.
Thank you very much.
You bet, thank you.
So, yeah, and I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I think I learned something with each and every one of those. So thanks for taking the time and going through it. I appreciate that one, together with coming up with the admin. So thank you guys. We are getting a little bit behind in our schedule though, so I'm going to talk fast. If you guys are okay.
Did we get a give to the max update?
Oh, we're at 59%. So I think when we put it in, there was 56. So if you came in over the weekend, so we've raised $35,695 as of today.
How long do we?
It's ongoing. They can keep, we have some people that do, like a part of their check goes automatically in it every month. So it's open year round, but we focus on those last 3 days.
When does it give to the max?
Well, the big push they had was the 19th, but people can still contribute.
Okay, and if the goal is not met, then what do we do?
This is more than I think we've raised in a long, long time, so actually it's pretty good, but we can start using some of this for what we focused on.
So we're planning to go ahead and start?
Yeah, well, they said we could start getting going with paperwork, but they haven't started production yet, so.
How much was the rent?
It's just shy of 50,000.
Well, we were
So
gonna
we just
release
got
it.
one with 3 wheels.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So we're doing that for sure?
Well,
didn't know.
that's something we were discussing, yeah.
I think we talked about it last time, didn't we? Say go ahead and
I
do
think
it?
we did in, was it October? Yeah.
I don't recall saying go ahead and do it, but.
I'm pretty sure. I have to check through the notes, but
We haven't done anything yet with that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, just in terms of process, I don't think it's necessarily put up for a vote. I'm not saying it should be, I don't know.
We have been talking about it at the finance meeting, at least the financial part of the purchase.
good. I'd like to move to the chair's report. I know you guys are probably looking forward to a break. If we can finish the chair's report, then maybe we can take a quick 5-10-minute break. Does that work for everyone? So, first up, I think I'll just speak on behalf of all you guys. Almost said all y'all. I was in the South here this last week. All of you.
That's inclusive.
Individuals, yeah, all y'all. I think, I'm really excited to see what we're doing with this diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as our governance. So we had our first training session, if you will, together with Paula Forbes, external consultant, came in. We did really focus on more of the governance piece, so just kind of level set to everyone here on what we're responsible for. I think we had our first batch of that, if you will. It's in the board packets, it's in your binders, but it's nice to hear somebody just kind of remind us and say here, in a nice simple format, so I think that was fantastic. We're going to come back again next month is the plan. Randy, myself, and Paula will kind of agree on what sounds like about the right way to look at the next session, because we want to kind of maximize our time together with Paula. And one idea that came up was maybe just how do we evaluate policies as we work together, and can we learn anything? Maybe we'll bring back a specific policy that we can kind of look at with the diversity, equity, inclusion mindset. So I think, a lot of opportunities for us to kind of continue to get better in these areas. So I'm excited. Governance, I'll just say I think Heddle's doing a great job with the governance and policy committee that we've set up here recently. So more to come on that one as we'll talk through the rest of the agenda. But I think you guys, we've had a lot of switch to 10B, which is expansion plan special meetings. So just want to, talk to the community as well as those here in attendance here tonight. So normally we'd cover this later in the agenda, but thought it made sense given the interest as of late. So we have that question come up kind of regularly, the why expand, right? Why are we expanding? Why can't we just stay? We like it the way it is, right? So And totally makes sense, right? But it's not really an option for us. Sadly, we're at this spot where our school is doing great, and if we can figure out how to continue that for the future, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to deliver against the mission and vision, which I think we all support. That's why we're here. That's why those that have chosen to come, both teachers and parents, and the staff that are here, we're trying to deliver against that mission and vision. And sadly, things outside of our control are impairing and impacting that, and mainly costs, right? So I mean, costs are coming up, and we have no ability to generate additional revenue. We cannot pull in levies. We cannot go out to the public and ask for additional money. If you guys got your tax statement this last week, I don't know, I did. So anyways, we cannot do that. We cannot ask for an extra $1,000 per whatever. So it's gonna be students, and we cannot put any more students in this building. So to keep it super simple, we have to expand if we want to keep MSA. It's not we are off on this thing because we think it's fun. We need to expand. So that's what we're doing right now is we're going through how do we expand in the most efficient and best way to kind of keep the school and all these things that we want, plus add on a few things that we're missing. We talked about hot lunches. We've talked about different things that we would love to have that we don't currently have. That's just one example. And how do we kind of fold some of those things in? So the consequence of not expanding is unpleasant. And I would just say that these are nothing that we as a board want to talk about. It's no charter school wants to have a discussion about reducing students, letting go of staff, all of the sorts of things that we would need to do. And I'm not trying to do a scare tactic, that's just math. As we look at how the costs are rising and how we want to pay our teachers, it's not a sustainable future without adding additional students. And I don't think it's fair for us to continue to cram more students into this building. And we've discussed that as a board, and we've come to the conclusion that we need to expand. So we've engaged outside parties to go through that process together with us. One thing that I'm going to take ownership for is we have moved quickly this summer, I would say. We started hiring architects, building representatives. We've hired in a lot of folks. We've had meetings, and some of those meetings have not made sense to bring in all the public, and I'll just explain why. The past month or two, we've had very specific meetings on individual sites, right? So this site on this block, this land in this area. Those sorts of discussions are one of those things that you kind of want to hold a little bit closer to your vest as we're going through those evaluations. It's not great from the outside. I can totally see from the external perspective, it seems as if we're missing some communication, and we have been, and some of that's our fault, and some of it's just part of the process. So I think one thing that we need to do a better job of is, even if we have these smaller meetings, there are notes that are being generated, but it's like pictures of properties and where would the school fit and those sorts of things. And those things don't always make sense to put out on a website because it would hurt our ability to purchase that site if they knew that we were really interested in that site. The price would now become more expensive. So I don't want to say bear with us because I think we do own a piece of it, which is we can have and should have communicated more clearly where we're at with the process. So that's one. The second thing is on merger. We've had some questions come up on the merger. Did we pause it? And then where did this come from? Now we have, other schools talking about discussions about mergers. So the merger was paused. We talked about that in October. And the merger was paused because we were getting a little bit too distracted. We had a number of options in front of us as MSA. I mean, we've talked about, we're very proud of our school. What is it that we need to do to deliver against our mission and vision? Merger is one option, but it was taking 95% of the conversation and all of the airtime a month ago. So we put that on pause at the time. And I can say, as far as I'm aware, we have not had any board members, and we've double-checked again, we've not had board discussions. We cannot have board discussions outside of open meetings. So those discussions have not happened. So if you hear comments about, we've got votes here, we've got the board, both boards are aligned, at least our board is not aligned. So I would just say, discussions can happen at any school. We're not responsible for any school's discussions. But the question of merger is still on the table. So we have to go through it as a board, all the different options in front of us, and merger is one of them. And now merger means something different to each and every one here. What does that mean, to the individuals? I think we're all going to react based on what we think that is. So please allow the process a little bit more time. I think the discussion that was held last week, at a separate at WLA, they had a lot of questions, a lot of detailed questions, right? They were going through very specific process. I don't think, in my perception, is we're not quite ready for that level of detail yet. We still need to decide, is a merger in any form or fashion the right step for us moving forward? So what I'm proposing here tonight, I've laid out, and we sent an email to try to help with a little bit of the background. We're proposing that tonight we have this general update, which the board will have a chance in the discussion section to go through and say, does this make sense? So this is just an individual's thoughts because we can't have discussions outside of the board meeting to make plans. So the proposal right now on the table is that we have a board meeting and general update tonight. We have a discussion on that, and then we also have a section where we approve the plan, not a specific expansion item, okay? And then on December 5th, we have called for a special meeting, and the reason we did that is because I can already tell you tonight is longer than we were planning, and so we didn't want to cram in another extremely important topic of expansion into tonight's agenda. So it was not in an effort to try to be sneaky. It'll be publicly posted if it's not already on the website. December 5th, we're going to have a session where we go through each and every option for MSA. And so that's, listed was down below, purchasing a new site, building a brand new site, a renovation of a site, a merger, splitting schools, all the different options that we could come up with. If there are others, please tell us quickly because we're going through all of these and we're going through the math, right? And seeing what options make sense and which ones don't. Some things have changed, right? In terms of the macroeconomics of interest rates, building costs, all of these things need to be folded into our decision process, right? And then what we have not detailed out yet is a 2-week public comment. So we have already asked for feedback on mergers, but we should brainstorm about what's another way to get some more public feedback. So the December 5th special meeting was to kind of select our top choice. What is it that we think this looks like it makes sense for MSA? It delivers against mission vision, helps us with our expansion goals moving forward. The sort of board level stuff, and then we want to have some feedback from administration, from teachers, from parents, from students, right? Does this seem like it makes sense? Because the December 12th feels extremely rushed. If you think about it, December 19th is our board meeting expansion decision. That's what the proposal is currently on the table. We're already, honestly, a couple months behind where we had hoped to be. So yes, from the outside and from the community, I can see how it feels rushed. From our side, we are paying people a lot of money to be our builder's rep, to help with architects, but to build what? To do what? So we have meetings with them, but we're not giving them the guidance that they need to really use that time and money wisely. So there's a little bit of pressure that we've generated for ourselves to try to get some answers back to them. So I don't really want too much discussion at this point, but we have a separate section just on discussion. But I wanted to kind of lay that out so people kind of understood where we're at. And I think, I know there's a lot of questions generated, and I really appreciate all the feedback. And I think you guys actually gave me more confidence in our school going forward, coming and taking time out of a Monday night to come and share your thoughts and concerns about, how do we protect the school that we know and love so well, for the future, because we're all benefiting from parents and teachers and students that all did this before us, right? So let's not mess it up. Well, you were part of them, maybe. But, yes. But I mean, so we're not trying to mess things up. We're trying to work together and do all this thing. We're not trying to do things in a vacuum. I think we can do a better job of communicating. I think that's something that a lot of organizations can, and we also can. So bear with us, work together with us, provide the feedback when it makes sense. And so that's what I wanted to share for the chair's report. If it's okay, we'll take discussions on the next. So are you guys okay with 5-minute break? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say it's 7:55 thereabouts. I'll make a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Do we usually motion for that?
Yeah, I thought we did.
We did it the last meeting.
Let's do it. All those in favor? Aye. All right, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
A little bit since I
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started at 8:03. Thanks for the quick break, and yeah, for those of us wearing jackets, let's try our best to pick up the pace a little bit, but important stuff is important. If it ends up taking too long, maybe send me a quick death stare or something, or you can elbow me. So, yep. So we can, because if it is something that we need to talk more about, maybe we can take it at our next session. It carries on longer than we had planned. So, all right, board committees, item 11, first up. Normally, as is our normal practice as of late, it's more for questions as opposed to just going through notes, but any questions for Edo?
Can I ask that the governance committee look at a statement of assurance as
I wrote
was
it
brought
down.
up? Good, Paula.
And I haven't come across one. I mean, I've tried to be pretty diligent and look through everything.
Is it on? I mean, the one question we're having is.
They were passed around, remember the sheets you signed?
Well, that's different. The
That was
conflict of
conflict.
interest
There was
form.
conflict, there was also
Yeah.
assurance ones that was done earlier, I believe.
Did it have
There
an
were-
assurance statement in it from our authorizer?
We'll double
There's
check
one for the
offline,
council.
but let's check the board one that we do and see if that covers it, and if it doesn't, then of course we need it.
Okay.
Okay, good question. Any other questions, governance policy? Expansion, any questions?
Well, why haven't they met since August? If we're talking about expansion and merging and who is involved, if it's not the expansion committee?
Should we answer it now, or
Or, yeah, we're discussing it later.
we can
Well,
discuss it later?
We do have a discussion section on expansion, but a great question, yep. So, and then finance. So, normally we have to take a break here and really do have.
Any questions on finance?
How are we doing on our audit? Timing-wise.
As far as I know, it's complete. I haven't heard any updates though. Or of the report or anything.
Yeah, everything went real smooth is what I've heard, so they'll be ready in December to present.
I haven't, nobody's contacted.
Usually they let you know if
Yeah, I'm
they have
not
tons
sure
of
if they
questions, like you're
contacted
missing
her.
something, they always contact you, so.
Is this a,
In this case, no.
when we talk about the finance committee report, is this a good time to discuss the suggestion about tables? In the investing in tables or something, maybe a foldable solution? Or does that have to be agended for?
So I
Next
think the
time.
finance committee might be an interesting one to have,
Oh.
but
So we kind of have like a budget where like there's just like different amounts of money set aside. So typically the finance committee doesn't get involved unless the admin goes, we need more money for a line item.
So that's an administrator's decision
Right.
to do milk and tables and those
And-
sorts of things?
And if you want me to talk, I mean, we have tables on the stage, and students prefer to go sit in the risers. They don't want to sit at the tables. So they are sitting in the stands, and we don't want to put tables on the floor, because our middle schoolers are able to play basketball, play badminton, to get some of the energy out. So there's really no place to put tables. We have, in B. Okay, did you have more to say?
Yeah, but there is enough tables for every student to sit up on the stage. It's just only maybe 4 or 5 like to sit on the stage. They all like to be right down in action. So as soon as they put the last bite of the sandwich in their mouth, they can be out playing. So that is a student choice. We have enough tables for everybody.
Great. I'm here, no questions for you, Cody?
Yep, and then I motion to approve the financial reports for October, which is the second and third document.
I can second those. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained, so the financials pass. Thanks, Cody. Consent agenda is item 12. So we have a few first reads. We recall we did strike, I think it's 501. And we pulled a few of these off.
501 is struck, correct?
501 is completely struck, that's right.
only signed by the
And if I look.
So it's just 507 that were approved.
That we do all this stuff.
Yeah.
For the consent
because-
agenda.
Because we pulled a couple out.
Yep.
507 is to be approved.
So-
And then there's a second reading.
Yeah, so, okay.
Because it's 102 and 413.
So is the motion to
Also
approve
522.
the consent agenda, or is it to approve the consent agenda as was amended?
As amended.
correct.
Yeah. as
Okay.
amended, yeah.
Then I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as was amended.
I'm sorry, can I ask somebody to clarify what the amendment was?
Yep,
Just so I know which
so
ones
what I
got
have is the
approved.
501 is taken out, so that's 12A21. That one is taken out, and then I have captured that 418, 710, 102, and 413 will now be discussed and approved separately. So I think we're left with 507 and, hold on, is it 522 and 722, right? Yeah, 522 and 722 is what we're approving now. I can second the consent agenda as amended. Further discussion on those three?
I noticed in 522, Randy is listed by name as executive director, and I know in other policies we've been just leaving it as executive director. Is that something we want to adapt?
I think for 522, the recommendation was that we specifically have to state an individual, a
for that one.
person.
Yep.
I remember that
We
conversation
talked
from
about it.
previous times we've looked at this, yeah.
Because in general, you're right, but in this one, we needed a name.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check that.
There was one one space error, Heddle, and I can send it to you separately. So I just, I'm not
Okay.
changing the content, I'm just, there's no space in one section. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? So the consent agenda passes 9-0. Next up, diversity, equity, inclusion. So, if I can get, hold on a second.
Can I have a point of clarification?
Yeah, sorry.
Who forwarded that and who seconded?
First and second.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for asking. So diversity, equity, inclusion. So we have updated our DEI specific dashboard. For those of you guys that haven't followed along with this one as we've been going, a number of these items were called out in the investigation report, so this is our attempt at making sure we're tracking and making progress. When you see a lot of green, sometimes, myself included, feel like check mark, we're done. That's not the case with this one, right? We're going to continue. The DEI and as well as the governance is intentionally trying to be built into everything that we're doing moving forward, right? So it's not that we're going to say it's done, but we do need to, as a board and as a community, come around the idea that we have ticked off a lot of the action items, the specific action items that we had assigned ourselves, and we're going to move on moving forward. So it's becoming part of our culture here, and we're doing our best. I think we're doing a great job on that. So just a few quick updates. We have the board governance committee, so that one is in place and working. Anyone's welcome to sit in that one as you have time and available. The governance committee has done a great job. We'll talk tonight through about half of the bylaws. It is not an easy process.
Not half. It's not half.
Optimistically. My head. A big portion of the bylaws have been discussed. Some of the bylaws have been discussed.
It's in progress.
And the policies are in progress, and I think you're seeing, I feel like you're seeing a lot more impetus behind getting these policies updated and making sure that we're compliant with state statutes. So thanks for all your help on that one. And we're not just going to do it blindly. We need to do it right, but the academic committee was dissolved as was recommended. The personnel committee was also dissolved as was recommended. We'll talk a little bit about the work that Jennifer and I did this last month on the personnel committee. What was the personnel committee? Training. So we're going through this month as well as next month board training, and then my understanding is you guys all had the opportunity to sign up for your required board training that is required by the state. It's not just our request, it's required to be on the board that you do this training. Go ahead.
When we're completed with that training, should we forward that certificate to Emma or to Randy?
Send it to me, it's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And then it'll be noted down on the dates you took the training. So in our annual report, we know that we're compliant and everyone's done the training. And I think I signed up for one extra one, I didn't realize that there was a refresher one. I should have probably done that one. I just grabbed, I think, the governance one just in case again. But, okay. And then the conflict of interest statement we signed a couple of months ago. And our meeting notes, we listed down as done because we have now, in fact, DJ's helping us with notes together with, Sean. So, yep. But I think and like everything, we can always get better. So, and I think we've just recently updated the website last month, making sure we have all the notes together with the board packets, right? Not just the board packet agendas. But okay, so yeah, I think great progress, everyone. You guys are doing a fantastic job on this one. And like I said, we can discuss together as a board when it makes sense to kind of do an overall strategic update, investigation, response back to the community. So that's it for 13. So now we move to discussion item 14, unless any other questions. Okay. World's best workforce.
Real quick, I did check, the statement of insurances was submitted to Sam. It only requires your signature and mine, is the form I gave you last month that you
signed it.
filled. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not for all, it just has 2 required signatures and checks off. It's yours and
I
mine.
wasn't familiar with that title,
Yeah.
but it
Yeah,
probably
that's what
is.
that was.
Okay.
Just FYI.
Is it something we should all read and be
Could
cognizant
you run it
of?
to
I can forward it.
Copy, yeah,
I'll
please.
forward it,
Yeah.
just so you have it. Anyway, okay, world's best workforce, the plan was submitted, actually it's results. There are 5 areas that the world's best workforce, there are 5 goals. Of course, the first 2 aren't applicable to us because it's our students ready for school. We don't have kindergarten. And then the one is based on the data from all students read by 3rd grade, and we don't have 3rd grade. So those aren't applicable, but the next 2 goals are based on the achievement gap, and we compare students of color to white students in the area of math and in reading. We met the goal with our Asian students, but not with our Black African American students. So that's something that we need to work on. We had a significant growth, though, in reading with our Black African American students. There was a significant growth this past year, which was really nice to see that. But there's still work that needs to be done in those areas. As Dr. Hinton shared with the SST teams, that's stuff that we're working on as a school as well. So we need to work at on those achievement gaps. So, and that's an area. So we do have other groups of students, but the subgroup isn't large enough that we can't get information from MDE on those areas. So it's just the only 2 diversity groups are Black African American students and our Asian students. So, any questions
Well, I
on
guess
that?
so we're not meeting our objectives, so then it's like, is there anything else that we can be doing, or are we doing everything that we can?
And it's interesting looking back, we haven't met this goal for a while. So either the goal is set with Sam, and I know we have that site visit coming up, so either is the goal not achievable, then is it really measurable? Is it a SMART goal, because is it achievable? Because we got to look at what should it be, so that's something we need to see.
But I mean, the goal, if I remember, the goal is that we don't have a difference.
It's 3.5%.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
And that's something we want to get to.
Goal, right?
Right. And we're still working towards it, and I think it gives us direction of where we need to put our interventions to work with students that are not meeting those proficiency rates yet, so.
But I mean, looking at, the way you reported it, actually took me a minute to actually figure out what the gap was. And the gaps are 18.6% in one and 21.2. And in one goal says, we said we're actually on track, multi-year goal, yet on the one that we were missing the goal by more, we said not on track, but they're close to about 20%. So back to your question, Dan, is, I mean, I'm not trying to change things to make it look better, but where'd we get 3.5 to begin with? I don't remember where we got it over time. We picked a number, it's a great number, we want to make sure it's 0, but in 3 years, I mean, we have 1 year to meet the goal of 3.5%, and we haven't met it in the past 5 years, and we're 20% off already. that doesn't
And
seem
COVID
realistic.
unfortunately
Yeah,
during that
yeah.
timeframe as well.
I
But
mean, do we
it's,
then adjust the goal to something meaningful
It's-
that we can actually shoot for the next year, two, or
well, and this
whatever?
one goes through 2023, sorry, till.
That's
yeah,
1 year.
Yep, it's one more
This-
year.
this
So
is
it's
it.
Yep, it's a 3-year goal.
We have
so-
a year.
And the history is it was set with Sam, so, our authorizer, with this was a goal.
Yeah.
Mhm. So we'll have to,
But we're supposed to meet it by the end of the school year.
right, and it might not be met, so, yeah. So,
I mean, it's not gonna be met.
no, I mean, we got a lot of work to do to make it,
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
I know.
I mean,
It's gonna be
I'm not saying never,
right.
say never, but,
It's a,
so,
Be a very
on a go
challenging
forward,
goal.
on a go forward basis, should we be talking about picking reasonable, a SMART goal?
Is part of the problem that does it have to be the MCA?
that's what, yes.
Okay,
And this is a requirement from MDE with the world's best workforce.
so, I mean,
And we determine what the difference is.
Right,
We
but-
do our own measurement of
Yeah.
what that needs to be.
It feels weird to set a goal of having 15% difference or 10%, because that, right, I mean, it's like, the goal should be 0. But I think,
Right.
to your point, Jeff, is how fast can we get to 0?
Yeah,
is
because there's a
probably-
time period
Yeah,
to say
right,
the
yeah.
goal
I
has.
mean, you want to shorten it, right? You want
Yeah.
to decrease the achievement gap. You're not going to get to 0
When-
overnight.
we're
It's going to be
working
a
on
process.
resetting these now, right? Are we having a discussion? I mean, are
It'll
we-
be well, there's a 1-year lag on these reports. This is based, so when, next year, we'll be doing the next year will be, when we have our world's best workforce, we'll be looking at the 22-23 school year, and then we'll be setting new goals for the next year then.
So would
next
it be
year
the
we'll
next
start
year or
working
the
at-
next 3 years?
For the next 3 years then.
So
Yes.
next year we'll have a chance to kind of reset.
To reset,
Yeah.
right.
the only data we can use MCA data, is my
Yes.
question.
For this,
Okay.
for this,
So then-
for this goal, yes.
What do other
Because-
schools, I mean, what do other schools measure?
Well,
in
that's
terms of
what,
getting-
that was my question, because like if we're basing it on a test that they take on one day, it's not,
No,
it's
but I
always
mean-
been an
And,
issue.
and the reason MCA, you're able to, you can break it down by subgroups, you can break it down by other subgroups like SPED, English language learners, so you can break it, free and reduced lunch, you can break it down, so that's why they use MCA, because it does allow you to break it down to all those different subgroups, so you can get the data, but yeah, so right now, unfortunately, yes. So
I mean, how
we
do
need to
we
look at-
measure against another school? I mean,
Well, and they probably.
are we
well,
in
they
the
have a different-
range, or are we way out? I mean, are we really bad, or are we okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's, none of it's okay to have a gap.
I got
okay?
that.
So
Okay.
let's be clear with
Yep,
that. Like,
yep,
I am
I
not
agree.
advocating gaps.
Right.
However, it is not at all uncommon to have a gap. I mean, Minnesota's got the worst achievement gaps in the nation.
Okay.
So ours, I mean, we could compare to others. I don't know if we want to say we have better gaps than others. Part of it is, I mean, I don't want to, it's already 8:20, but I can talk about how we
Yeah,
test.
yeah.
But it's not, this isn't terrible
Okay.
comparatively.
That's all I wanted to
Okay,
know.
I mean,
Is this
that's-
absolutely
that's-
horrible,
No,
or?
it's not
okay.
It's not okay, but is it horrible as if you've never seen
And-
anything this bad?
If you think
Nowhere
about,
near that.
No.
Okay, okay.
and if you look at the proficiency rates of our white students being in the 80th percentile, our black
part of it.
African American are in the 60, 65 percentile, which compared to the state average, it's extremely high, right? Compared. But like you said, yeah, it's never good to have a gap, but a gap here looks much different than a gap with Minneapolis.
I'm not looking for
St. Paul
excuses,
district,
but,
yes.
So are we
Right.
so the MCA is used, even though there's inherent bias in that standardized test?
Yes.
That is what the state of Minnesota is, and that is what that's the standard that we're trying to hold ourselves to?
Yes.
Okay, I would think that we can come up, if that is our,
Yep.
I understand that this is the mandate, but shouldn't we internally have a better guidance system, a more equitable way to ensure that all of our students,
In addition to your saying, right?
yeah, so that
And-
should be a diversity, equity, inclusion initiative that needs, somebody needs
And our
to be
world's
tasked
best
with that.
workforce is meeting again after the winter break, so it's something we can discuss. What are some other measures that we could use? If you want to join us, you're welcome as well, so.
Because that's just it, we're comparing this year's sixth graders to last year's
Yes.
sixth graders. We don't
It's
look
not
at
the
the
same kids.
achievements that they've made over that year. We don't look at that.
Correct.
The other thing that I have an issue with this is we have a number of students of color who are extremely talented and do really well in these tests, but there are very few outliers that aren't swaying the information in a direction that represents them. And so they're being misrepresented by this data.
Right. Yes.
And that's something we need to look at too. I'd rather look at this, here are our students who are not achieving, okay, let's take a look at that demographic of information and see how we can better facilitate them moving up.
Because if we don't do that, we might have the wrong targets and do the wrong thing.
Oh, if you don't do that, you're gonna have children getting left behind.
Exactly, that's what I mean. You're doing the
Yeah.
wrong thing, and we check the box and go, oh, the gap's smaller, but our students actually don't.
Good point.
So I think we need to really evaluate how to get this data and information.
Right. We have to submit it this way. End of story. But to have something
do more.
else
We can do
that
more.
gives us
Can we petition?
Yeah,
clearer
we-
data.
Can we petition World's Best Workforce to say, hey, let's reevaluate this?
Did you just
to look from a
volunteer?
different-
Well, actually it's interesting you say that because on the reviser's website, you can actually put in, suggestions, asking for clarification, asking for, task force review of just really crappy language that you can't understand. So I don't
Because
think
we
it
can
hurts
look
to
at
do
our
that.
not achieved and say, okay, well, of the students that did not achieve, 50% of them are from this demographic, 20% are from this demographic, and then we could definitely utilize,
analysis.
yeah.
Can we move on to the next one?
Sorry.
Okay, and there's two other goals. One is all students career and college ready by graduation. We did not meet the goal. Our goal was 85% of MSA seniors, and we came up last year at 77%. So that was did not meet. Our goal not met that's a one-year goal. And then the last one was all students graduate. Our goal is 95%, we hit 100. So we met that goal. And that's it with the world's best workforce.
Okay,
Any questions?
I think if they do, they can join you on the World's Best Workforce.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
So Executive Director, Community Survey, you heard Paula talk about we're responsible for providing feedback and also ensuring that somebody under our oversight is doing the job that they're being asked to do. So we have Executive Director Evaluation Plan. So Jennifer and I met. This used to be what was called a Personnel Committee, for those of you who weren't on. And one problem that was flagged for us was some of the constituents of that committee were teachers, and it was hard for the teachers to kind of keep that lane separate than the board lane, right? And I'm not picking on individuals, it's just a hard ask, right? So Jennifer and myself, we opened it up, but I didn't hear anyone come back, so Jennifer and I sat down and talked through. For those of you who can click on the link, or maybe if you can pull up that 13, it was at one time section 13, now it's 14. Okay, thank you. Yep, so we met, we talked through, the recommendation is if you, maybe scroll down a little bit. I just want to highlight how to read this one. So the goals that Mr. Veach has are outlined there, so that's straight out of his strategic plan and how he's going to support our school. And then on the right-hand side, Jennifer and I just went through quickly and said, how do we measure that? So for some, a survey seemed like it made sense, and for others, data. So we're going to ask that, Mr. Veach come back with some data to say how you're tracking against some of these specific measurable items, and then the rest will be surveys. So the surveys, there's two different ones. One makes sense to go out to staff because staff will know how he's interacting with certain things, whereas parents wouldn't, and then vice versa, right? So if you're a parent, how is the communication from the school? How is, whatever the topics are. So the recommendation for you guys all to approve when we get to the decision is survey questions. Are they on the bottom of this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
That's
It's
right.
there.
I did staff. Yeah, okay. So anyways, there's, keep going a little bit more. Here you go. So this brings me up to the next thing. This was generated trying to use some of the artificial intelligence within SurveyMonkey. However, SurveyMonkey is $900 for us a year, and that's just seems a bit too much for like a survey. So two things. One is I'm recommending that we cancel SurveyMonkey and we switch to Google Forms. Google Forms is free. The only tricky bit is this will contain private data. So I'm going to suggest that perhaps it comes out of like my account, which is right now the school board chair, so that the next school board chair, in theory, might have access to it. I don't know, we can talk about it, if that makes sense, but I don't think it makes sense that somebody else here has it, because I don't know how it would be managed. So that's a suggestion, and we can talk about it when we come to the decisions. But so we're recommending canceling the SurveyMonkey, switching to Google Forms, and then the external survey opportunity. Did you find out on?
We may need to look at a different one right now. What I heard, but well, I got a response. They're only working with larger districts. I know. They're not
Tell them
working with
next
a
year.
single site,
Okay.
small school. So I'm
They won't
like,
even
so I
quote that?
tried, yeah, I tried. We're our own district. But anyway, so,
Okay.
yeah, right now.
So the intent was a good one. Randy had an idea of trying to get, or it came from the administration, I'm not sure where it came from, but it was, can we get a more standardized, kind of just a general feeling, like how are we doing as a school sort of thing, and we could do that every year. So I feel like whatever that price was would be a better use than the SurveyMonkey cost, so I'm not sure what that price would have been,
We
but
can look for other
that
options,
desire
too.
is still there. I think that makes sense, but we'll carry on with the Google Forms for this. We'll do a mid-year evaluation. The plan will be hopefully get that out in the next month or so, get the feedback from the community, and then provide suggest a closed meeting portion. The meeting will be a closed portion. We review the results together with you, and then we'd have another one at the year's end. So that's the idea. So any questions on that?
So wasn't one of the issues with using Google Forms is you have to disclose your email address if you're responding?
You can turn that off.
You don't have to collect them.
You don't have to collect email addresses. So when I did my master's, I had to do that, and I had to make it so
So in the form, there's a setting that
you
says.
can set it so you do not collect any of that data. There's a way to do that, yes.
Okay, so a reminder, you may not want to collect that data, when you
Yeah.
go do it, switch it, remember to switch it off, if that's the way we want to go.
And worst case, if it's a field, can we not just not share that field when we share?
Oh, yeah,
the-
yeah.
And that
You
too,
will
yeah.
see it, but people might have the feel
For
that
sure.
you're collecting it.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
So,
Could I
And I
also, go ahead, DJ, sorry.
No, I was just going to add that I think it's important that that is communicated, that we're not collecting that information. Because I think that also can impact the results of
That's
this.
feedback, sure, yep. And I will say, when it comes time, have you done a Google Forms? Yes, okay. Maybe you can give me a quick lesson on it. Because I think it would be nice to keep it under the school board account. So the data is sitting there and we can send the email out or however we do that, but, okay.
And I can help you set it up, because I don't see the questions, but I can send them to you with your
Okay.
email. So I don't see it. I mean, if you
You
want to
should
know
see
how to
the
do
questions.
it. Well, it's the question, I don't, not the
Yeah, not the
answers.
responses.
I don't want to see those.
Could I also-
But I don't know if you can answer multiple times, though. You know what I mean?
That's what the point I was going to bring up. Is it possible for Justin to do it behind our firewall in the sense that you have to log in, but then, you know how we vote, the questions are asked. Is it possible to do it that way?
Good question. I don't know the answer.
Without that information being collected? Because you have to log in to access the.
Right.
So when we've done the election, you log into your MSA account, and then you vote, and then Justin had it set up for one email, or, because we want to keep like the actual vote separate from who voted, but we do need to be able to link up if there's ever like, we had 10,000, votes, but there's only 300 people that were eligible.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking.
So he was able to, one email record had all the actual votes separate from who voted.
Yeah.
So Justin might be able to do that for us.
Might be a better option just to ensure that only our families are giving information and that this isn't getting out to, because that's the only issue I have with Google Form is whoever has the link can really.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so it's fine, I'm fine with that. It's a good build. Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, is the English okay?
Oh, I can do a deeper look.
Yeah, I would appreciate it, just to make sure, because I do think it's fair, we should hold ourselves to the
That's
same
fine.
standard that we do our students
print
when
it
we're
out
sending
so I can-
surveys out, so, yeah. please
Use
do.
my red pen on it,
Please
okay.
do. Okay, good. Then expansion plan. So now is our chance to kind of have a discussion, just general discussion. Jennifer, I think you started it with the question. Was on the meetings. Who's attending?
Yes.
Which
My
meetings?
question was, why has there been no expansion committee meetings? And now, yeah, and about the merger. But I have more questions.
Okay.
Start there.
So let me take the first shot at answering it. It's more factual than an explanation. But, if I recall correctly, the last time we met as an expansion committee was to hire our owner's rep. I think most of the expansion committee was present for the interview of Cunningham, the architects. From that point on, we have weekly updates with NTH and now Cunningham. And rather include the entire expansion committee, because it fluctuates, but it's, what, about 10 people? I mean, administration, Dan's on it, as available, I'm on it, and a handful of other parents and actually teachers. And the problem is, teachers can't make the times we are scheduling the meetings, or did at the time. So anyway, we wanted a smaller group for the NTH updates. And from that point on, we had not had a huge issue that required research or further discussion by the expansion committee. Now, we had merger. That was kind of a one-off. We did not pull together an expansion committee because it came so fast that it actually involved the entire board at that point. So there's no reason to have a separate meeting because we just didn't have the time. From that point on, we need to meet. Number one, we've just learned that really communications are not our strong suit. So now we do have a charge to make sure the expansion committee helps in that. But I have other observations on that, but that's the short answer to your question. So we have not, and we need to, And that's me. I need to call, whether it be monthly meetings, if for nothing else, to update the specific expansion committee.
Yeah, and I think just to build on that, even if we're unable to maybe share some of the notes that are coming through, we make another one that's for public consumption. Not to hide stuff, but just to like pull out the photos or whatever it is of the sites or the discussions with the owners, that sort of thing. Just share as much as we possibly can. I
So
think
2020 hindsight too, I guess we ought to be careful because the expansion committee has not made any recent recommendations. It's concerning to me, and just a little editorial, and we're going to get more towards like what happened with WLA. Some of the conversation there hinted that our board and certain committees did in fact meet when they didn't, unless I don't know about them. Now, question for this board is, we need to correct that. We cannot just let that go and ignore the fact that, oh, that's their board, they get to do what they want. No, now in the public domain, we have statements made about us and how we've handled this issue, and we need to correct that. Because the impact of it is we have upset stakeholders come in and they all think we've done something that we actually didn't do. And we have to correct that before we even start having conversations about the actual subject matter.
I
So,
think on the record,
Yeah.
I would like to, as myself, to say I was on a pause or it was tabled. As a board member, I didn't know that anything was going on. No meetings, recommendations, changing school names. So I don't know about everybody else, but I was not aware of any of this going on. And when I saw their meeting, I was shocked.
How do we, the board, correct their statements when there was another we that was collaborating that didn't include the whole board? Would be my, because there was a we that was collaborating that is bringing forth on December 5th, that included our board members, that's bringing forth on December 5th certain recommendations. As you said, if you have a suggestion, please bring it quickly so we can add it. Maybe it would help all of our stakeholders if we knew who the we's were.
Let's start, I agree. I don't know what's going on.
So the question is, who are the we's that, who are the maybe particularly board member we's that are bringing forth the four different options to us on December 5th?
So I'll take a start at it, but yeah, so, right, we've had these discussions together with these consultants, if you will, these external companies. And I mean, to be perfectly honest, it seems more and more obvious that some of these options are no longer available.
I'm sorry, Dan, I don't mean to interrupt you, but when you say we, do you mean you and Jeff? Just so
Well,
everybody's
the meetings you talked
clear?
about, where we're having
So there are NTH
Cunningham.
updates. So I'm in most of the meetings.
I go to
Dan,
when I
is
can.
available.
Yep.
Okay.
Usually
Randy,
Randy.
Mr. Vetch, Dr. Hinton, representatives, and Diane Thiegs, who is a parent. And then the rest are from NTH or Cunningham and now Krause-Anderson. But they're specific, we don't make, decisions we make are what properties to look at. And most things don't fall totally off the table. It's more about prioritizing our resources. So if something doesn't look quite good, they're gonna go, do we even spend more time on it, or do we kind of table that and look at other options? So those updates have mainly been about specific properties to address. They have not been about merger at all. No.
So is that what you're asking?
Did I answer? I'm sorry.
Is it an expansion presentation or a merger presentation? Is that what you're asking?
It has almost nothing to do with merger.
Has nothing to do with
Expansion.
merger.
It's expansion with maybe an option that is a merger. I mean, that's.
So, I mean, the ask was, right, stay or go, right? That was,
Right.
can we build here? And what would that look like? Do we need to go somewhere? What would that look like? What's available? What land's available? What buildings are available? All those things are very specific, right? And that's what I was mentioning was the real estate agents that we've engaged will come back and say, there's these three properties. You know, this one is way bigger than you could ever fill in 10, 20, 30 years. And then this one is whatever. So we will go through those discussions and say, what's a reasonable, you know, MSA kind of building? And nothing has been decided because we haven't brought it back to that group hasn't brought it back to the board yet. There's no decisions made. So the point is, this December 5th meeting, and that's where I come in, and I've asked the administration to say, can we put down on like one page to keep it simple, because I want a simple summary, what are the 5, 6, 7 options that we've explored, and put those up against the key criteria that we've said as a community are important to us in our school. Mission and vision is one, but there's many others that we've identified through all of these different activities. And how do the options stack up? Because we know how much money we can, with, let's say now 1,400 students, how much money that will bring in. That's going to be a certain amount of dollars that we can, that's going to tell you, can you even afford to buy that building or renovate it or whatever, right? So we can go through our chart. Sadly, some of the options that we were aspiring to are not available to us anymore. I think that's what the December 5th meeting is, to take the whole community through and say, here's what we looked at. Maybe 2 years ago, 4 out of the 5 options were available. Now, a couple are available, and whatever that is. So I think that's where I think I was giving guidance to the administration to say, how do we rein this process in to a spot where the board can start to comment, right? Because right now, merger was one, right? But there are others, and let's not continue to engage people on options that may be not financially feasible. And when I say people, external companies.
But it gets more complex because our strategy, when we chose expansion, it wasn't just expand and increase enrollment. We were very specific. The strategy said we will expand by expanding the building. So when we paused, even on the merger conversation, we have to go back and actually readdress our strategy and go, okay, is merger actually a viable strategy? And then when we make that decision, then we can actually look and see whether particular partners fit that strategy. We can't lump it in just because we have to do it fast. And that's what concerns me, because we're presented with an opportunity and we're actually ignoring strategy.
And I think when those strategy changes are made necessarily, I think the discord comes in when our stakeholders just can't have that grassroots kind of opportunity to voice themselves.
And when,
That's
and
what
when,
needs to be avoided.
and when we put the, because we brought, the admin brought it last month to our meeting to put on pause. We put the merger on pause, we looked at what other options do we have available in those Tuesday meetings, I think you might, we looked at all the options, and we have one left that we can afford, possibly afford, maybe not all the way. So we came down to one option. We had a board member come forward with another possible option, was on the board, which involved the possibility of a merger, and that's when.
So who
Yeah.
brought that up, and why don't we go through the whole communication and chain of command, and why wasn't I informed? I don't know if Dan was informed. So
Yeah.
who made this, and by the way, they have the right to do that.
Right.
What I'm not understanding is why no one else was informed, and we jumped at going after a merger again, because merger is not the only thing left. It is not.
No, I'm not saying it is. It just, we brought to Dan, we talked about it, and this is, maybe 2 weeks, a week, it's been, but after our last meeting, before this meeting, and that's why we were gonna talk about it here. Well, WLA had
So
their
did we
meeting. but-
bring up merger again, since?
Yeah,
I'm not understanding the timeline of events. It's jumping all over the place.
I guess what I would say is, like I was going through before, I would like to have all options still on the table, including
Yeah.
merger,
We didn't,
back on our summary. Because I guess, Jeff, maybe one thing that I disagree with is when we talked expand, it was stay or go was still part of that, right? I mean, in my
Stay or
recollection.
go, but we're talking about buildings, not mergers. We're
Agreed.
talking about buildings.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's separate. And then the whole thing about, that I find confusing in all this is merger is only an option lumped into all this is because WLA has said that. They won't, if I understand correctly, everything they want to achieve from a building standpoint can be achieved without a merger, but they won't do it unless we merge. So it's kind of like all in or we don't want to talk to you. That's my understanding. So we're only having this merger conversation because they've lumped it in, not because we have. I am starting to lose track on who approached whom on the merger. My understanding is they approached us. Now, in their meetings, they're hinting that we approached them. That's the kind of stuff that is just driving people nuts when they listen to the board meeting.
I think also, though, here's what I do. I try to remind myself who our stakeholders are.
Right.
Right? And our stakeholders are actually not just our students, but any potential student that could come here. And so to me, that includes WLA students. So as I see my fiduciary duty, if Noah brings a policy proposal, if Mr. Vetch brings a expansion proposal, if an interested stakeholder, if a board member brings a proposal, if somebody at Eastridge comes with something, I feel as though I have to evaluate it the second it comes to light. If not, and evaluate it means, is this something that could be good for our stakeholders or is it not? Like, it needs to come to the board or at least go to a committee level consideration and then to the board so that it's handled responsibly.
I'm not disputing that, but I'm disputing that we have to measure it against a strategy that we put together for our own, right?
This is the position we're in right now.
Collect data, no.
We
can and we should, because otherwise, if you have no metrics, you cannot make a judgment. So you're just going to act with your heart and emotion. When
No, we
I'm
can't do
trying
that
to,
now.
let me finish. So I'm trying to establish a process, which is strategy first, and then we look at a particular opportunity. We have to do it that way, because if we don't, anything looks good.
So for tonight, I think good discussion. This was an attempt to bring a process. I would like to see if we can't discuss I know we had a lot of stuff happen in the last week. Some of us, many of us were caught off guard, right? And we're reacting to that. But what's the process that we have control over, which is what we do as a board, and how do we want to do it? That's the discussion tonight, is not any specific option, because merger, we could spend till way much later, right, talking through the pros and cons. But I think let's save a little bit of that fun for our December 5th meeting. And if we can just talk about what questions do we have that would be nice to either administration comes or Jeff, your committee comes back with, what questions do we have as a board have that would be very helpful if we go down this process where we have this special meeting on December 5th and we go through the options together as a board, so it's public, people can attend, it'll be live streamed, that's the plan. They can listen into the questions that we have. What questions do we have that would be nice to have answered for that meeting? Because it would be great with this proposal that we narrow it down to the top.
Well, so two other comments, because I want to manage expectations. And part of it is, right now, we're rushing. I mean, let's just say we follow the timeline you're suggesting. Are we voting for a merger or no merger on December, whatever, 19th? Is that our goal? Because there's no way we can decide, collect all the information, have public discussion in less than a month, with Thanksgiving in between and holidays approaching. I just don't see it.
I think
Number two, I would suggest that we've lost faith and credibility with some people, stakeholders. Can we actually push for a merger vote in this state? Because regardless how the vote goes, I haven't even chosen either way, but a vote with no confidence and credibility in front of our own stakeholders will not go well. So what is our plan for recovering from, issues of credibility? At the December 5 meeting, by the way, I'd like a report as to actually what conversations have been had with WLA, who had them, what's been discussed, what's been suggested from our side, their side, just so I understand the universe of what's going on.
Is it possible for the expansion committee to hold an open forum meeting before that 5th?
For December 5th? That would be like next week?
Mm-hmm.
Give people a chance to give our
I would
admin
love
a
to,
chance
but
to-
I'm going to be selfish in that. I don't see it because Thanksgiving is coming up. So to plan that, to do the research, to get that, I'm not sure that can happen. And in fact, even to prepare for the December 5 meeting, all the information's got to come to us within 5 days before so we can actually review it? I mean, that's not fair to you to ask you. Essentially, you're going to have to work the rest of this week and next weekend and prepare for giving us the information for December 5. I mean, that's how tight things are.
Your first question, Jeff, I think is a good one to make sure everyone, including those watching remotely, understand. I think the December 5th meeting was to say what's our current best option. It's not, I mean, let's just pick merger. And merger means, like I said, it means a lot of different things to different people, so I think we need to be clear what we're talking about. There are certain things that we would need for a merger to make sense, and there are things that if we didn't have, it wouldn't make as much sense, right? So I mean, that would be the proposal, and I think a December 5th vote, in my mind, as this was proposed, was this looks like the best option for MSA. It meets 9 out of the 10 things we want to do, and we have to give on this one, but it's better than these others. Just example. And I'm not saying merger is it, but I would say this is the running choice, and we purposely tried to give a couple of weeks of feedback mechanism in there for the community. And then the December 19th, I agree with you, let's just pick on the merger as an example. Let's say we all are convinced, or at least a majority are convinced, hopefully it's a vast majority, that let's say this option of merger goes forward. How can we possibly have that done? And I think the vote would be, can we agree that we want to explore this merger option together with, let's say, WLA, right? So that would be the vote, not we're going to do a merger by this date and whatever. It's not possible to have that amount of information sorted out, and there are so many details that need to be. So it's just.
I could be good with that.
We're ruling out some options.
I just want to make sure we're not shooting for December 19th on a yes or no, we're actually going to merge.
But I think-
Can we be clear about that or not? Maybe you're just saying, Jeff, you're way out of line.
No.
We can do it in 4 weeks,
I don't
and you're
believe
just,
so.
you know.
I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, but that doesn't necessarily have to happen at the board meeting. I believe the decision for the board is, does this even make sense for us? And that's what we need to talk about in an open forum and say, what are your questions, what are your concerns? And I don't mean any disrespect, but getting into like logos or getting into different things is probably the next step. So first we need to decide, does it make sense? And then we have a lot of work to do if we go down that path. And so I think that comes later.
So would it be fair, could I ask you, just for a summary, just to catch me up on what's been happening, meetings that have been had, items that have been discussed with WLA, just so that we can document and get everyone on the same page, what's been happening? Is that a fair request? Can we have that? Right? I want this to work, but I feel lost.
I think that's fair. I think we should see that. I mean, we're the board, we should know what's going on.
So I think, Randy, we have like a working document where we
Yep.
started that chart that was planned for this December 15th.
We did that during the pause.
We did.
And
but
like,
that-
I just
that
want to
document-
clarify that a board member brought an expansion option. It was an option, we're not talking about, they didn't bring a merge, they brought an expansion op. We're looking at what option we're taking. It just happens, it includes it. You were there, you went to WLA with us, so.
Well, yeah, but I was
you know what I
there
mean?
and no one said merger is back on the table. We were there because Cunningham had to take a look. There are many reasons to be
Right,
there.
and that's the expansion
You know.
piece of it, as we were talking. And we haven't had a board meeting since
Right.
then, so it's,
I know.
yeah, so that's why we're,
But-
here to talk about it, right?
And we
So
don't have
that's
to,
unfortunate,
yeah, I mean, we don't have to, I don't mean to beat this to death. I just want to level set so we're all on the same page and we can move forward. That really is the goal. So we can move as quickly as possible.
So Jeff agreed, in terms of timing, Thanksgiving is putting a wrench on things. Let's figure out, I mean, this week it's gonna be difficult, but figure out.
But I will think about it. I mean, I will kind of look at my calendar and go, is it, make sense if we get something
Possible.
together? I mean, if there is, at a minimum, we can have an extension committee meeting.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea if we
Yeah.
can squeeze it in. Go ahead.
I'd like to add a comment. I think a lot of what we've seen tonight has been people jumping the gun. And so, to your point, Dan, earlier in your speech that I thought was very well said and well thought out, we all need to take a step back and be patient. We as a board hired Randy with the intent of expansion being a #1 priority. Is that not true? We need to trust that our administration that has been hired is doing the right process. Transparency maybe needs to be a little more clear from item to item, but we all need to be patient and we all need to take a step back. They are thinking about this daily. We as a board only get to see it once a month. So it may seem like we're moving fast, but you guys have to realize they're thinking about this daily. That's their job, that's what they're doing. And we need to trust that they're doing the right thing. Now, I understand that there may be some reservations with what I just said, but that's their job.
Yeah, and my job is, I'm the chair of the expansion committee, and I feel lost.
Yeah, and it's all of our fiduciary duties to consider a potentially beneficial option that comes to us, however we decide to discuss
Whether it
it.
fits in that box or not.
Even if we decide to reject it, we have to put it on the table and have that
We're not saying we're
collectivism.
not putting it on the table. We just really need to think through what that process is. So,
And so my understanding of the December 5th meeting was for them to bring forth those options, so
That's the proposal that we're discussing right now, and when I said,
Randy's gonna lead the meeting on the 5th?
yeah, I mean, it's fine, it doesn't matter, I'm okay either way. I would say, what I'm proposing is that we take each and every one of the options that we've discussed over the past 6-9 months, brand new building, renovating a building. Another option is splitting the school, right? Some middle school, some high school, in order to make the finances work. So all those options need to be discussed as a board, because not all of you, most of you haven't had a chance to go through those options, right? And then we'll get you up to speed, on what the different options look like and why we, when I say we, I gotta be careful, but why it currently looks like a few of them are settling out as the most viable, given our current situation, right? So that, once we've had done that, then I think we have a chance to discuss and say, okay, now what do we want to do with that information, right? And I think it makes sense to do that in a public forum in as much. I asked for a simple one-pager because that's my style, but then underneath it, you know, having some more of the details and the backgrounds, I think was, Randy, you had already started building out a little bit. So in anticipation that something like this would be needed, right? So.
Well, I don't think that precludes also the start of a strategy discussion. That's got to be part of it. I mean, that's part of the review of the options.
Sure.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind of part and parcel, but it's separate. So we have to figure out how to integrate.
And we also have, I think, NTH, and them are preparing
Sure.
information for us too, with the amounts of bonding and all that stuff too. So there's been a lot that's gone on the last 2 weeks. So, and unfortunately, we hadn't had a forum, or, you know, to present yet.
Any
until tonight.
further question? Good discussion, good questions.
Is there going to be financial information in this meeting? I mean, it's going to be,
So,
we're going to see.
when I would say
what
finance,
the-
it's like, what is $1 per square foot cost to build?
Well,
How
and
much
why-
money can we bond?
Right.
Yes.
And
that's
why
what-
this option's off the table, because of, this is the, how much it would have cost us, and we don't have that, you know, those types of, why it's no longer an option, right?
That's
So-
totally fine
I
to
just
share
like
publicly,
facts.
that's public
Yes.
information.
Nope,
Yeah.
yes, why it's off, yeah.
Good. Question, DJ?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thought, and that would just be the fact that I'm looking forward to the 5th. I think having the opportunity to have all the options out on the table, to be able to have a discussion with actual facts is important, and then to have an open discussion is very critical. It would be wonderful if, for the time being, other boards did not have any discussions that are out of line. And if there are any viewers, they maybe take that under consideration until further discussions have taken place.
Could you make it on the 5th? I thought that's actually what you were going to say.
I will make it on the
You will
5th.
be, okay.
I
Because
will
I
be.
know you have a very busy.
Nope, I got a big day, but I'll be there.
No, and I think mergers, I've never been through a merger before. I can only imagine it's an emotional piece, right? I mean, I've talked to folks that have companies merge and this, that, and so, right? So I get it, and things can get ahead of themselves. So let's work together, continue to just keep it positive, and all options positive and professional, right, as we discuss them. So, good. Thanks for the feedback on that one. Then we move to bylaws. Are you guys okay to carry on, get started on the bylaws discussion? So Heather, can I turn it over to you for half of the bylaws discussion?
Yeah. So at the governance committee meeting, what we ended up doing was, it was so nice to have 3 or 4 more people there than what we had had at the previous meeting. So we ended up starting from the very beginning. And it's actually really good that we did, because we caught a couple Mrs. Burgraff things, you know. But I think it ended up being stronger. And maybe that double committee review might be the key. It's a slower process, but I think we catch things. So Dan, how do we want to do this? Just go through each article?
So I think the intent, Heddle had a good idea, which was if we can kind of agree, you know, line by line, because this is such a big thing. This is basically is about as big as it gets for us.
Or article by
Yeah,
article?
so, I mean, just go through it, and if people have questions, because the intent was to hopefully kind of almost like ratify, if you will, this portion of it, so that next time we come back to the latter part.
Yeah, and then this is not, this doesn't count as one of the 2 reviews. We will still put it on the agenda for, you know, thorough Article 1 through Article 11 reading. So to start with Article 1 purpose, any comments, concerns? And then maybe Dan, you can take an approval vote, just
Yeah. Well,
maybe we can just note
well,
that.
right now, we'll do more of the discussion, and then can we do the approval in the next section? Is that okay? Okay. So just to be clear, and I think Hedl said it in the note, but right, so we have some great examples, some very nice schools that are sitting around us in the community charter schools and how they're capturing it. Ours is in green, right, just to be clear. So the grayed out part will not be part of our bylaws. That's just for your own reference. And so I think the intent of this first one was to just be more simplified, right? A little bit more, and not
It
double.
seems to be how the majority of schools keep their purpose statement in their bylaws.
Go to the second one.
Article 2.
Speak up if you have questions.
I missed something. Certificate of incorporation, where is that information?
It is on the Secretary of State's website, and it should be in the board documents archived at the school. We actually discussed that at the committee meeting, that it's not a document that schools post on their website.
And why is that, do you remember? Is there a reason? I'm just thinking, why can't we just have that linked with the board of directors webpage? It's an old scan, if I remember right. I mean, it's an old document.
Yeah, ours is old.
It'd be nice since we reference it. It would be nice to have it since we reference it.
Yeah.
We're referencing it, what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
let's-
We should maybe put it on the website. I don't see why we
Maybe I'll just
couldn't.
make sure, did it have the initial authorizer's home address on it?
Oh, we might need to check.
Well, it's a
that.
public
I'll check
document
that.
that you
It's a
can go
public
into the
document.
website.
Well,
Like,
Pull it.
Like authorize,
Secretary
like
of
the state of
State.
Minnesota. doesn't
Sorry, not
authorize it.
authorizer, founder.
Oh, well then, that'd be interesting.
But even, I mean, you can pull it from the
Yeah,
state's website, so,
but you're right. If we're referencing, it'd be nice to just have it as a link.
yeah, we've had a few members say that and mention
Okay.
that, so. Okay.
So Article 3, okay to move to? Just that we will follow the law, right?
Is that good politics?
Article 4.
Beautifully written.
Hedl, did you explain just to everyone here, like, the kind of the importance or why we have research notes and everything, and what those are meant to be for people that review it later?
Yeah, so the research notes are just, that cites what the committee collectively looked at. There is also, in the governance folder, a subfolder called Bylaws, which has more expansive examples. But the committee itself did not look at, for example, I can't even think of one of the schools, like Unity Charter Schools bylaws. So that's what all the schools that are cited under the research notes are for. Those are the schools whose bylaws, and tried to look at schools that had gone through mergers, looked at schools that were high achieving, schools that weren't, but seemed to have good governance. We actually asked our authorizer for recommendations on schools that she felt had good governance. And it was interesting because some of the, one of the schools that she actually recommended, I can't remember the name,
Cologne?
had very, it was, I mean, was it Cologne? But had very outdated bylaws as well. But very well-reputed school, but, so.
So Hedl did all the legwork. The things you see under research notes are things that Hedl pulled out that she thought was relevant and good examples for us to consider from a committee level. So if you take a look at it and you're kind of wondering where or how or other examples, Hedl did all the legwork. So that's what all the grayed out area was,
Yeah,
are
and
things to also consider. You might find, oh, by the way, why did they do that and we didn't? We had that conversation in the governance committee level, and if you have great questions, we may or may not have looked at everything, so please ask.
The 4 schools that you see consistently cited gave a variety. And sometimes you might read, like for example, WLA's in Article 3. And you can see how it differs, and we did not model ours after that. So even the distinction between what we selected, going with St. Croix, Cologne, Beacon versus not going with WLA's in Article 3. And then we tried to align to the law. If there was clear statutory language on a particular article, it's really nice to see it in the research section where you can also see the schools, the model schools language. So we can kind of all check ourselves and make sure we're not straying.
Like on 4, it seems like we have all the schools pretty well aligned. So we need a good reason why we would go different.
And that is an added section for us. We currently don't have that section. Are we on section B of Article 4?
Sure. Questions?
In Article 4B, is it just teacher evaluations or should it state director evaluations as well? Because I thought our role was for him and his role was for the teachers. Am I misinterpreting something?
I think we have to check it for a typo.
Yeah, because I think our role as board is to monitor him. He is.
I agree,
part of
but
the hiring
I think I
process.
saw a little bit of this in the in Paula's one as well, so I wonder if it didn't come.
There's statute around how teachers need to be evaluated, how
Yes.
often, the peer review cycle, all of that. The board just has to make sure that we have a process in place, not necessarily do the reviews. I mean, although if you want to start doing some of the teacher observations, we've got a lot.
And
Because it says establish a teacher evaluation process,
Right.
so.
And that's
that
language,
doesn't mean we're doing it.
that's
And
language
I just-
specifically from the statute.
I thought the
124.
director part was missing, so I was
Yeah,
like,
that's
would
good
this would
thought.
fall or not?
That, the teacher part is in the statute, is
Yeah.
in 124E.03, but I'll look at it and make sure it doesn't,
And it might
it
come,
says
and it might
director.
come later in the document too, that we haven't gotten to yet.
But I believe, yeah, all 5 actually, I think, are taken from statute.
The next one, C, is more interesting discussion. So we captured the 2 enrolled students, which was a relatively recent change, but we have modified, we kept the 9. We need at least 5, I think that's statutory, right? But then we have 3 teachers, 3 parents, and 3 community members. So that's the change, as opposed to 4 teachers.
Yeah, the proposal is to have no clear majority. This is that 124E.07 subsection, I think it was C or something that we read with Paula.
So that's the proposal, and the bylaws are very difficult to change. So we have the 2 readings here, we have the administration and the staff all need to approve it and then come back again. So, but that would be the discussion point is, what's the board feeling? I'd be interested in hearing where you guys at with that. We've had this set up for a long time, so this would be a change, 3, 3, and 3.
It was 5 and 4.
It was 5.
5 teachers, 4 parents.
4
when we
parents,
started.
before we had community members. Slowly the teacher numbers go.
My question is with item C, the community members. Don't we always struggle with finding community members? Like, just to take Jeff as an example, he was a write-in because we didn't have an option at the time. So is finding 3 community members gonna be a struggle?
So you have to go further back. Go ahead.
I think the way that I'm reading this is if we have two and we have a third vacancy, we're fine.
Yeah.
We have 8 members and that,
As long as you have the 5.
as long as we have the 5, yes, the 8 members, we could, be voting 4 and 4 and that's causing issues. But, because we kind of were running into this, like, we have open seats, we have to fill them. This would allow us to not fill seats, especially in your, as you point out, if there's no one running for a seat. Yeah, what do we do if?
No community members run, and
I hope it compels us to get out there and build those community alliances. I hope that that's what it does to all of us.
I guess any strong objections to this as a proposal? Does it make sense to people where we net it out as a?
One other option came up in some other schools is you could be, let's say, a community member or a parent. Or, I mean, it's an either or, so to your point, if we run short of finding a community member for 3, we could have
That would be
another parent.
parents in the
Now,
majority.
obviously, that changes then the 3, 3, and 3, but it fulfills the 9.
Doesn't the statute say we can't do that?
Well, I think to what you said, though, if we have to have at least a minimum number of 1, but we can have as many as 3, right? So now we're not out of compliance. We would have been now, because we don't have a minimum amount of board members. You have to have 9. So we were out of compliance when we lost somebody, couldn't refill it. But here, at least, we're fine as long as we have 1. But I don't think we've really marketed community members in the past. So I think that's something we need to do better. Oh, I have, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, not strongly. We could
So
do
if we
better.
approve this, one of us has to leave.
No.
It's gonna, realistically, it's gonna take us some time to get it.
Well, okay.
It's about timing, but, yeah.
So
Well, actually,
And I
some of
think
you
it
are
would turn
off
at
this
the
year.
next-
We just
Well,
want
I
to.
know that, but like,
Yes.
okay, got it.
Yeah, whoever is holding their seat.
You're very
will hold their
optimistic in the
seat.
timing.
Yeah.
Well, I think we lose two.
I'm out.
Approve them to start the school year.
No, we lose 2
Or have
teachers. We
the
lose 2
turnover
teachers
anyway.
here, so we'd only fill 1.
Or we could just put in a stipulation that
I was like, well, if we approve.
the current members are going to hold their seats.
No, it wouldn't be till the
Yeah,
next year. I don't
that,
think
it's
we
kind of
put
like the
it till
statute, there's, it lets the founders of the charter school sit on the board, and then once they can hold an election, they have to turn over their seat. So we would just kind of replicate and model that.
I think it makes sense to have like new bylaws take an effect in a new school year. It's kind of like,
Yeah, it's probably the
Take
cleanest
it-
thing,
take
and that's
effect in
something we
June.
can decide.
Next month.
Makes sense.
What do other schools do?
it says in here, doesn't
All
it?
over.
Is it all over the place? I mean, because they haven't
Some
been
have more,
thoughtful,
some
or,
have less.
In examples,
I mean, you listed a few.
yeah, and there's more in there. I found that it varies. I actually found that, some schools actually hire out their main key positions, like they hire out their chair, or they have a board consultant, a board management company. They hire out those, there's certain, we're required to have a chair and we're required to have a treasurer. And so those key positions, it varies.
I know that with that, there's a law that states they cannot make no more than X amount of money in that position as a board member. Yeah. But those are usually traditional jobs. But I've seen that.
Right, that'd be odd, though.
Well, I've thought about, like, 'cause I know like teachers can get stipends for doing extracurriculars. I've thought about trying to do stipends for all of us. We're putting work in, but I don't know how can we vote on that? Because that's a conflict of interest. We'd all get potentially money, even if it's $100 a month, just for our prep time and our meeting time. Have you seen any schools that offer that, or stipends for their board members?
I have not.
Teachers would be in violation of that because I know that the stipulation is you can only make so much. As a board member, you can make X amount of money. So like say you were to volunteer as a coach somewhere, you can only make X amount of money as a board member through the school district because there's some statute or some law that,
Is that like a cap?
yeah.
Like a salary cap?
27,000 or
You know what, there is a section that, it's later, and it's been a while since I've reviewed it. But when I get to that section again, or I'll look it up and I'll report back exactly what the compensation structure can or can't be.
Just a few more sections,
so you know.
guys. Hang in there.
Qualifications, is that where we're at? Page 8?
I didn't say it was so much.
I think a lot of us read this before. Maybe we could just do questions and wrap it up.
Well, so
It's
for
kinda getting late.
qualifications, I thought I've seen it like where it's community is the third one, and then it's like community are, you know, not, or like, I've seen it where it's like they're not teachers or parents, so I don't know if that,
You're correct.
I mean, and I know it's in there, but it just felt like the flow was like,
Yeah.
you couldn't be a parent, so it felt better to have the parents first. But I guess that's a
Parent
minor.
should come, yeah, parent should read first. Yeah.
What section is that? Qualification?
Page 8. Qualifications. Parent before community, just for the flow.
Tenure? 3 years? Sound about right?
Is it tenure or is it probation? Because tenure in a traditional public school is something completely different.
Right.
So maybe a probational period?
Sorry, you're
I don't know.
You're on tenure.
I misread it, sorry. my brain was not-
Could be term maybe, but.
Term.
We're on
Term,
tenure.
term on the other one instead of
Tenure on
tenure.
page.
I like term
Tenure
better.
on-
In fact, as always say,
Instead of
terms of
tenure,
board
it's like
members.
terms.
Used to say
Term.
terms.
You say it right.
Tenure in a
First
traditional
word.
public school is something different.
Just going back to the qualifications, so we've had, if you're a teacher and the parent, essentially, the fact that you're a teacher governs, right? You can't be a community member and a parent at the same time. Okay. That's why I'm going through all the variations to make sure they're covered, so.
I have a comment on the tenure or term part. I know we've had questions about like when a parent whose only students are seniors and they graduate on June 5th, but then are they still on the board for the next meeting because technically they're not parents anymore?
I think
Is that
Dr. Hinton might be able to speak to this because and let me know if I'm wrong, but technically they have not graduated per the state
And so
until.
it takes, it takes a little bit of time for a student to actually become unenrolled. I mean, we go through the graduation ceremony, we can do our best to make sure, you know, the teacher signed off and all of it, but it's not official as far as the state's concerned until the end of the month, because it takes a while for them to report it, and they're no longer a student of ours.
Right.
They're technically, because for example, we have students who are running in the state track meet in the middle of June after they've already graduated, because they're still technically a student until July 1.
So that disenrollment date, right, that's what it would be called, is the disenrollment.
Yeah, when they are no longer, yeah, or graduation, but that, I mean,
So the other thing, the way this is worded, the term starts July 1st through June 30th, but we typically see like the June board meeting, which is like June 26th, so.
They still have to pass a background check, so.
Right.
And we still have to have coverage for emergency meetings.
Okay.
Like if something happens, we still want. We still want that member to be eligible to come and provide a quorum. Is that getting at your question?
Well, my question is, so there's now this gray area, like, so like, the board, we have a board meeting, June 26th, And then, according to the bylaws, the term for the new person starts July 1st. So the people finish, if we have a seating in the June meeting.
No, they won't be seated June 26th. They will take their seat at that next July meeting. So July would be the first month of their service.
Oh, starting now? Because that's not how we've been doing it.
Correct.
Okay.
So they would, because we don't want anybody serving, what potentially can happen is somebody sits for 12 months or 12.5 board meetings. For example, when I took my seat kind of towards the end of the meeting. So had I been elected, that other person would have voted on agenda matters up through, so we're trying to make sure that members sit for 12 months.
So they sworn in June, but don't seat until
But they don't take their
July.
seat.
Thank you.
And
That's what I was confused about.
They start, so they're sworn in.
At the end of the June meeting.
At the end of the
Effective
June
July
meeting.
1.
Yes.
But they don't have any power yet till
Right.
July
Yeah.
1st.
Their service
And then they
starts.
start on the board at that first meeting, July 17.
No, actually, technically, if there was an emergency meeting that
Or if
was
there's an
required, they would report,
To that.
if that emergency meeting needed to be held July 1st, that would be the board member.
That's why it says first meeting in July, so that allows for that emergency meeting.
Right,
That makes
okay.
sense now. Thank you.
So, because the way we've been doing it now is like the,
June to June, I think.
well, and it's like we finish the old business
They're sworn in for the new business.
and then like they're there for the first half of their last meeting. They take care of old business. And then yeah, so okay.
Yeah. Anybody, I mean,
I'm fine with this. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
like that was,
we did
It's a
discuss this.
change. We tried to clean it
Yeah.
up.
I don't know if we need to put it in the bylaws, but we need to document what we just decided, because even when my kids graduated, so graduation happens June 5th or so, we had an hour-long discussion as to whether that meant I no longer had kids. You answered that.
Yeah.
That's why we need to document that, because we had an hour-long discussion as to whether I even attend the June whatever, third week meeting. And to your point, we also need to give guidance. We have to be very careful on the agenda so we don't catch people off guard. It's like when you're seated, to expect you to vote on something you've never seen before, that kind of thing. And
So maybe it should say new members to the board shall be sworn in at the end of the June meeting.
Right, end of the school year.
And be
right?
seated at the first meeting in July.
Yeah.
Does that make
I like
sense?
Shall, you'll have to say it again.
So
I'll write
new
it down.
members to the board shall be sworn in at the conclusion of the June meeting or at the end of
At
the
the
June
end.
meeting?
I don't think it matters. Whenever they get sworn in, they're still not going to
Because
start
the
their service.
effective date is still July 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
But-
Well,
sworn in at.
We could, theoretically, could we swear them in at the beginning of the meeting? Or
Sure,
not?
and let them go.
And then they can sit
Well,
and listen, or
Yeah,
not?
actually, we would require them to stay, because
Yeah.
we want them to kind of enjoy their first meeting without necessarily having to vote.
well, yeah, they should observe a meeting because like I showed up to my first meeting and I'm like, I've never been to a board meeting before. What do I do?
Ever, yeah.
And then, but part of it was I had to sign up, like, we talked about the background check, so if they come for that June meeting,
Oh, yeah.
they sign the paperwork.
Fill out the form, yeah.
So
And then-
sworn in at the June meeting.
Get their cool binder.
Yeah.
Not make the same mistakes I made when I started.
Yeah,
Well,
I
and then-
was given a binder and then it's like, okay, we're gonna vote on finances, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm an accountant, I know how to read the finances, but like, I literally saw them for,
For 2 seconds, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I know.
so. Okay.
One
Okay,
last
so-
section? One more?
Be
One more.
sworn in at the June meeting.
We kind of captured it though, didn't we? From July 1 through June 30th?
Well, I can see how take their office might, maybe in 10 years, somebody interprets that to mean, take their office means sit your body down.
But I also I don't know if this is where it goes, but something about parents of graduates fulfill their terms in June or something.
Well, all members would fall into that category then, parents,
Yeah, that's hopefully what this language does, is
teachers.
kids are technically enrolled in high school until close to the end of the month per Dr. Hinton, and it seems like sports eligibility.
Right,
So maybe
and staff
that's.
contracts. No,
That makes sense.
So what I'm hearing is governance will take this, kind of brainstorm it a little bit more, bring it to the first reading, and then we'll decide.
That makes more sense.
Well, my other question is, so if a staff member quits as of the end of the school year, then is there a hole in June, or can they finish through June, or?
Or it's terminated?
No,
But
it
if
stops
it's-
once, it stops
stops
on,
on-
that's actually statutory, it stops on the day that they quit.
Or terminated.
Or are terminated, yeah, that's different. Then we have a vacancy.
I guess we haven't got the vacancies yet.
No.
Last one, structure. I'd be interested if anyone has any comments on that one. Section D. That's the last one for tonight, is that right, Harold? I think I see hereafter not yet discussed.
Yes, everything else would require collaboration on our part
Okay.
to make suggestions. The committee has no suggestions after that.
Just haven't got to it yet.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, a lot of work just to get to that.
That's
point.
good, though.
Yeah, no, we're making progress.
Yeah, no,
It's all good
it's-
stuff, so.
It's so great to do when,
Can I move us to
Have the
the new
involvement.
14E, which is, Jeff, you got a few questions on?
Yeah, really easy here. Okay, policy 418, drug-free workplace and school. My question is medical cannabis absolutely prohibited under that policy? Because it sounds like it is.
Isn't that crazy? I know it does not seem to align with the new
Right.
medical
And
cannabis.
maybe was the
probably
old,
doesn't yet.
was the suggestion by MSBA or
I did.
otherwise pre-changing the law? On medical
Suggestions?
cannabis.
Because I don't think it aligns either, but when's the state
Is that a
gonna
first read on that
when's
one?
the legislature gonna catch
making
up?
this-
Not until next year, so should we
Right.
just go
Yep.
ahead and align for now?
Yeah, so and it's the
We'll do it
first
again.
read, so we're good there, so.
It's first read, let's just look at it.
Yeah, just look at it. 710, extracurricular transportation. There is a section regarding emergency situations, and it's not just having to do with transportation, so you would think that should go in another policy. So just take a look at it. It's kind of a weird thing to put in because it doesn't just apply to transportation.
Hold on, I don't wanna move on until I find what.
Okay, sorry,
Second.
710,
Emergency sections,
yeah.
Roman numeral 6.
Yep. Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't have the number.
6, Amanda, maybe? This is-
So I just don't want it confusing because someone might not look for that in extracurricular transportation. Because if you're, say, in a sports situation where you're talking about emergency, and people will go, well, I didn't know because they weren't looking in the right section, so.
So let's talk this through for a minute. This policy needs to be studied and learned by those who will be transporting kids, by our
Right.
admin, by us, right?
So,
So emergency, coaches should have emergency forms for
Right.
Minnesota High School League.
right,
Right, coaches have emergency contact forms?
They have that, that's part of the registration requirement.
So, should we discuss it now? Should we make sure that this policy is aligned with the middle school, high school league forms that we fill out for students, parents fill out for students?
So I think this is just in regard to if there's an emergency
I don't know
and
why
a
you do
student
that.
needs to be transported. Because this is around transportation.
If emergency transportation arrangements are okay.
All right.
just like here, if there's a medical emergency at the school, we attempt to contact the student's parents, but then we continue, like, if they need to be transported to the hospital, they still go to the hospital even if they can't roll them out yet, if that's what's necessary.
Right, and all I'm saying is A and B, there are things you need to do that doesn't relate to transportation. And I just want to make sure there wasn't another policy or something in the handbook where we actually repeat this paragraph.
So it's consistent.
So it's consistent, that's all. Take a look at it, we may not need to do anything, it's just, it's not just about transportation. Okay, so next, 102. My only question is whether all those changes were MSBA recommended? Is that where you guys, if they are, that's fine. And 413, it's entitled harassment and violence, but the first thing it says is it also includes discrimination. So maybe we need to change the title.
I think that is a state.
And it's, I mean, I'm not heavily vested in that one, that's just doing it for clarity.
413, is that
Yes.
where you are?
Yep. So, here, I'm sorry, I should know this.
Oh, those are protected classes. I don't think we can change those.
So it's entitled harassment and violence, but in Roman numeral 2E, it says MSA prohibits discrimination, harassment, and violence. So just want to make sure we.
He's wondering if the title should include discrimination.
In that
So.
first sentence in the note, it says state law requires that a school districts adopt a sexual, religious, and racial harassment and violence policy. So I think that's where the discrimination comes from.
Right, so should we just not title this also harassment and violence, and in the title 413 mention discrimination so that someone doesn't have to dig later to see that it's actually relevant to discrimination also? Not a big thing, but.
I think the discrimination refers to the protected classes.
Do we have a separate discrimination policy?
Well, discrimination is covered under several policies, like for example, Title IX, equal education
So it's
policy.
not just a discrimination, this isn't just a discrimination policy. It covers, like you're saying.
And that's fine. I mean, if we don't want to change it, that's fine. I'm just pointing it out. 'Cause it's,
Well, I guess what we're getting at is if someone's going to scan the policies, is there one that they would click on for discrimination? It's easy to tell that's.
I don't think there is a discrimination policy because I think discrimination falls into so many
Other policies?
policies. Like there's, am I wrong? I also don't know all of our.
And that maybe, I think that is the case, but I'm just thinking of.
Yeah.
Equal opportunity too.
Well, like, if you're just scrolling down the list of policies, and you're like, I have the word discrimination in my mind, you're looking for that word. So-
Yeah, and so how are you being discriminated? What is your discrimination concern? And so then you would, like, is it a Title IX for participation in athletics? Is it as your basis as an employee? Is it, so then I think you have to go to that particular policy.
Okay.
But I've noted it and I look.
so we either choose to
Definitely.
consider this a second reading, which I'm okay with too, or
Yeah.
if you think it bears further research, then we just take it off the second reading and put it on for next month. It's up to you. I leave it
Well,
up to you.
let's take it off, and, I mean, we have these questions, and they're about discrimination, so it's important, so we should at least
Okay.
know where our discrimination and falls within our policies.
Okay,
That's the last three?
that's it. So we can vote on everything, and then we'll just
Let's do
agree
it.
to table this one, 413.
I'd like to move us then to a decision section, so can I get a motion to approve the world's best workforce report?
I'll make motion to approve the World Best Workforce.
Second?
I'll second.
Maybe second, further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Approved, opposed? Abstain, so approved 9-0. Approving of the Executive Director Community Survey, so this is now, I would make a motion that I will check into the firewall solution, but we'll basically keep the text the same. You may be able to wordsmith it a little bit, but not change the content. So I'll make a motion that we send out a community survey over the next month or so, firewall if possible, and if not, Google Forms, but we strip the email names off. Can I get a second to that?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Opposed? Abstain? Great. And Jennifer, I may rope you in, we'll have to see. Yeah, okay. Canceling the SurveyMonkey, I called out specifically. I make a motion that we cancel the SurveyMonkey. Only mine, I'm not sure if admin's going to keep this second one. No,
we use Google
everyone's
Forms.
canceling. Okay,
Yeah.
so at least for the board, we had a board one. I'm making a motion that we cancel that one. Can I get a second?
Second.
Jeff was fastest in the seconding. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, that passes 9-0. External survey, we're going to come back to that one, so I'm going to not make a motion on that one if we're okay with that. So if we get Randy any additional information, please bring it back and we'll talk about that. Expansion, next step, so this is not an expansion solution, just to be clear, it is the plan of having a meeting on December 5th, a special meeting that will be posted and live streamed and available to attend. We'll go over the options as best we know at that time, make our best recommendation for 2 weeks of community feedback, and then a decision on our best option again, but official from the board. Can I get a second on that plan?
I'll second it.
Who seconded it?
I
DJ?
will.
DJ seconded it. Any further discussion?
Will open forum be a part of that meeting?
Oh, great
Because
question.
special meetings are usually aren't.
That's a really good question.
Was under the impression
This is just an
Board
information meeting. It is not a voting meeting.
Usually
Well-
we haven't.
We have not had it in the past, right?
But you're collecting information, right?
After the 5th, right?
Yeah, after the 5th.
It makes, yeah, if we're presenting information, we need to present the information first before we can solicit.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the right answer. The point was for us, board, to have the discussion and to say this looks like the best option.
I think it's presenting the information and then we are offering feedback and surveying the community after that is what I saw in your outline as
That's
far as
right.
meeting is. So this is just an information meeting, no open forum. Yeah, and no vote will be made until the regular meeting.
Yeah, I think the official vote should be December 19th. I guess I would like to have that December 5th be that we can kind of come to consensus on the top leading choices, if you will, and we can expect public feedback on that. Does that work? It's not official on the 5th, I guess is another way to say it. Okay.
I just wanted to make it clear to those that are listening.
That's right. Okay. Good clarification. Did we vote? I don't
Not
think we
yet.
did, right?
Not yet.
Okay. Any further questions, clarification? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, so that plan passes 9-0. And then bylaws, so Heather, do you want to take a go at a?
So I think what I'm going to do is try to hold 2 governance committee meetings. One focused on bylaws and one focused on policies, because if we don't, these policies are going to get away from the committee, and I already feel like they're turning sloppy. So I think it's something that if we can consistently, I know we're so busy, especially with expansion, but even if we can just systematically keep it on the radar, I think it's important.
I agree with that, especially expansion, not knowing what our options are. It would be nice to have them in mind and ready to go for whatever that may be.
But it's slow go, so in a 2-hour meeting, with full representation, which is awesome, like that's the goal, right? So it just goes a little slow.
Takes time. What would you like to, anything you want to have motion tonight? No?
Consent agenda was already taken care of.
Oh, sorry,
We
on
pulled these-
the bylaw specifically.
Oh, bylaws, sorry.
No? Okay. Then I would say that process seems to work. You're doing a lot of the, yeah, so we'll come back with a more finalized version in the near future, right?
Yeah.
Can policy 102 be voted on? Because it was pulled
Yeah.
off and
Yep.
we had any changes, right?
Yes.
So I think, actually, we haven't done G yet on my list, which is the 418, 710, 102, and 413. And we pulled off, which one was it?
The other two are just first reads, right?
Right, so we don't,
We're not approving.
They're
Can
just
we
first
approve
reads.
it as a first read?
102 was a second read.
Oh, because they were consent agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can we
So
approve
first
them as
read,
first
second
reads?
Sure.
I need the numbers
So-
again, please.
Jeff, do you want to make a motion of how we'd want to capture that? So 418, 710 is first reads?
yeah, so, move for the, I don't know, is it technically an approval for first read? Policy 418, 507.
710.
710.
Yep, 710.
And then approval for second reading of, you said 102.
Yeah, because they weren't going to table 413.
And then we'll table and then 522 and 722.
Those were already done.
approved in
Oh,
the
we did
consent.
do it. on
In the consent.
So pardon me, 102, second read. Sorry. DJ.
One more time?
So,
Are we doing them as, you doing them as one motion or two?
Just do them all together.
Well, I'll just do them all together. So motion for first read of policy 418. We already did 507.
So 710.
So, and
And
then
then 710.
418, 710.
Yes.
Okay, second.
And then approval of second reading of policy 102.
I'll second that. Further discussion on that?
Oh, I know, that's a lot.
All those in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, great. Passes 9-0. Thanks, Jeff, for catching those. So, real quick, future items, so we'll have the DEI training. Yeah, question?
Who first and second?
Jeff was first, I seconded it.
Thank you.
Yep. We're going fast as we can. So DEI training. Next one, December, we'll work on that. You, me, and Maggie will follow up on how this meeting went and schedule agendas as per normal for next one. Financial audit, when that one comes through. January strategic plan, are we okay to wait? Or do you want to have it in December? So we had strategic plan and investigation progress update, and we'll add on the student petition together with that one.
I think we're gonna have enough in December.
Probably. Yeah, if we're okay to wait to January, maybe we just do it like that. Okay. Agreed, everyone. And then policies, we have a few policies that we need to make sure we capture coming up. What was that?
That's,
They were on the list.
Okay.
Let's talk about it. Your response, please help.
no, I'd actually like to hear our next workshop, our next DEI workshop,
Okay,
and then really tackle those
sure.
student-sensitive 500, 600 series policies.
Plus, minus, what worked, what didn't? Temperature was great.
No one fell asleep.
Okay, because it was ice cold, yeah.
I'd like
What-
to highlight the work Cattell has done on a lot
Yeah.
of good ideas.
Oh, no, please don't.
I
Please don't.
appreciate,
It's like, keep up the good work.
And sitting at the table of how many years of dedication? No.
I appreciate.
My effort does not even compare.
Yeah, I would just say thanks for everyone hanging in there, and then also the open and honest discussion. Let's keep doing this, right? I mean, you guys got questions, concerns, please feel free
Can I
to
move
share
to
them.
adjourn?
Sorry?
Can I move to adjourn?
Yes.
I move to adjourn.
I second.
Say aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned at
Ask Noah's bedtime.
9:47.